All right. Test 1 2 1 2. Should be coming through right. A little bit further back. I can go that way a little bit more. No, I'm going that way. Where am I going? No, further over that way. There we go. Cool. All right. How we going? And a morning to you too, Brad. Howdy, howdy. On your river walk this morning. Nice. Right now, it is horrendously warm and humid here in the shop. It's absolutely bloody terrible. Seriously. Freaking awful. Alright. Now comes the fun part. Get to do some wonderful, some people might call it a bit of Zen work today. This is a Roland VS2480, and these things are notorious for having leaky caps. And much like whatever happens whenever we discuss such things in various public forums, a lot of people say, oh, you don't need to fully recap a thing, blah, blah, blah. It's known. It's what happens. Basically on these ones, what happens is the caps go bad and you start getting like noise in the signal, pops, crackle, all that kind of jazz. And then all of the meters will just stop working. It basically won't meter anything because there's no signal getting through. So the only answer is to recap this whole board. Now, the thing is with this particular one is that I did that before on this board. I did it, and it started working for about 5 minutes, and then it stopped. Come back to it later, and it works again. So it appeared to be some kind of like heat-related issue or something. But I got the customer to bring, he actually had a couple of spare donor units, so he brought those in. And I swapped boards out. Like, I knew one of them didn't have any audio output and whatnot, but I swapped it in, powered up, and it ran, not a problem. That's actually what's in this board, in the unit right now. So I've got that there. Oop, also I hit the right button. I kick it on, and it boots up. It does what it needs to do. So I did some testing, did some things like that, and then I reconnected some other bits and pieces. And what ended up happening was that suddenly it like stopped working again. It's like, wait, what's going on? So there appears to be something actually going on with the what was it the yes no shaking the camera around. There appears to be something going on with the IDE bridge. Well, IDE / SCSI bridge. This thing here. When this is connected up to it, stops working, doesn't work at all. So yeah, that wasn't going to be happening. I swapped that out, and suddenly it works. So this is the one that comes normally with this model. So this is the VS2480 CD. So the CD one has this bridge here that also has a like a little little slimline disk drive in there, like your laptop type one. Put that in. It works fine. So I've actually got the other board in here from one of the other donor units, which is a non-CD one, so it just has the standard SCSI interface. Boots up, it works perfectly fine. So there's something going on with this board as well. I have no idea what it is. But what is probably going to be the best thing, because the customer, he doesn't want to spend a huge amount of money on it. It's probably going to need just this second board recapped, because if we do that, at least the audio is going to come back. There we go. So now it actually plays, but you can see there's absolutely nothing coming up on the screens there. Well, that's the thing. Like, these actually don't go like leaky as such. The board itself was fine. There wasn't any like contamination, nothing like that. It's not like, say, for example, the Ensoniq DP4 Plus. That thing like leaked, and you look underneath the actual ICs on the board, and there was just like junk all underneath it. It was all corroded and stuff. No, there's something else going on here. That's kind of the wild thing. So this card here, definitely something wrong with it. So I'm just going to recap this board, put it back together. He should be happy with that. At least it's working again. So that's what we're going to do this morning. I'm going to do that and going to discuss the wonderful realities of the world that we now face, because, oh boy, January certainly was a year, wasn't it? My God. Honestly, it's just, man, I can guarantee by the end of like 2025, I'm just going to be fully grey. There's not going to be any colour left. Nothing. I'll probably be bald too. Probably pull half out of my head. Oh, okay. Hefty, hefty, hefty. There we go. Alley-oop. Oh, there we go. Scrooge my driver. That goes there. I got that one in there, didn't I? Come on. There we go. What do you think? Excellent. Do this video and do the recap work on this, and watch all the people online freak out going, no, you shouldn't use pliers to pull them out, you're gonna damage the board. And they just go on and on and on and on as though it hasn't been done many times before. Okay, move this unit out of the way. Hefty boy. On down we go. Oh. Stay, bastard. All right. Finally got myself a proper stool too. Someone was selling a good quality steel case drafting chair for $200 the other day, so I bought it. It's exactly what I was after. Something that'll handle my fat ass. There we go. And will work quite well. Alrighty, board there. Come hither. Yep. It's kind of weird. After all these years, people still use these units. They love them. For what they were, they're actually pretty damn powerful. Like these are actually DSP cards, so you can actually load up plugins straight into you. It's kind of cool. For something from like 2000. That's pretty potent. A lot of people just know their workflow. It's kind of like some of the people I know who still run like Pro Tools like 7.3, 7.5, that kind of thing, running on like HD cards and an ACEL card, accelerator card, that thing. Okay. The important thing, pliers. There's those. Alrighty. Yeah, it looks like looks on an angle to you guys, but such is life. That's the way it is. All right. Am I getting in the way when I do it? Apparently. Now, I've got my stack of caps over here. Caps there. More caps there. More caps there. More caps there. Those aren't caps. They're something else. Gentlemen, hello to you too. You joined me for the most exciting thing of my day today, which is going to be recapping this board. Exciting times. We're going to do it violently too. We're going to do it with a pair of pliers. I'm gonna, yeah. I do it that way because it works. That's what I need. I need my my Sharpie. Sharpie. There we go. So we want a Sharpie because as I go through and pull one off and replace with another one, I know exactly which ones I've changed out. Don't need the desoldering gun, just need the soldering gun. Got that. Got my solder wick here, the good stuff. I like the Hacko brand stuff. Works well for what I do. And relatively cheap too. So yeah, so for those who have just joined thus far, this is a board from a VS2480, one of a couple of donor units actually, because I had one in and the recapped the board in there. It worked for a couple of minutes, then it stopped, and then it like sporadically works. It looks like there's some kind of heat related issue there, which is odd. Tracked it down to this board here as well. That's kind of funky, so swapped out with a different one. That makes it work. This board here is one that doesn't have audio, which happens because these caps go bad. So now we've got to replace them. Caps come out, new ones will go in, and then we're all hunky-dory. Plier time. Now, some people freak out when I do this. Other people have really, really strong opinions. And they're like, no, you can't do it that way. You're going to damage things. No, it's not how it works. All right. So say, for example, we take this cap down here. I'll put that on an angle so I can access it a bit easier. There we go. Yep, I'm zoomed in as far as I'm going. Now, the thing is with caps, right? Especially SMD ones. If I grab one out of the packet here, what do we got? 101 and 16, yep. So this is the correct one. Cool. So grab a single cap there, plonk it out. Excellent. So that's a capacitor there, okay? So the thing is with these capacitors, right, the SMD ones, the way they connect is they connect via little pads underneath, okay? So the pads are about the same size as those legs. So the pads run underneath there. But they still just come out, right? And if I just take one of these legs here and I flip it up like so, there we go. So that there is the side profile of one of them there legs. Okay? Stay. So you see how thin that is? It's basically like not much more than paper thin. Okay? The key trick is, when removing these caps, to make it easy, it's actually less damaging on the pads when you do it this way, is you twist them off. You push them in towards the board and you twist them off. Because what's actually happening, right? You can see like you've got a wide axis on that side there, and then over the other side, it's paper thin. What ends up happening, right? You grab the capacitor, it's there, it's on the board, and as you twist it around like that, what's happening is it's actually cutting specifically across that axis down near the body. That's the weakest part of the cap. If you try and lift it straight up, what's happening is you've got this massive amount of surface area actually in contact with the solder and the pad. That's a big connection, right? We all know when you glue things together, right? You glue them together, you put two pieces on top like that, you've got a lot of surface area. That's a lot of grip, right? But you take two areas like this and you glue them together like that, you've got much less solder area. And on top of that as well, if you've just got something that's connected like this, and you got this section here that isn't even soldered on, that's not connected, that's your weak point. That's what you want to break it across, all right? So, for example, what I can do is I can move that out of the way, grab my pliers here, just a good pair of needle noses or similar. I've also got another pair of pliers I'll probably use as well because they do actually grip a little bit nicer. What we want to do is we basically want to grab the cap nice and firmly, all right, and push down in towards the board. Then we twist. I don't know if you heard that, but there was a little tiny crack. That's the legs snapping off, all right? Zoom in again, nice and close. Look at that. The legs are gone. They're gone bye-bye. The little stumps are still attached to the body, but those are actually the legs there still on the pad. We've actually broken them off right there in the center. Genius. This was something that was taught to me by another well-known tech that Brad and I know. And I was like, no, that couldn't work. That's dangerous. So I grabbed one of the scrap boards I had in the pile. Did it. I pulled every single cap off of that board, and there must have been 40 or 50. Not a single one damaged. Even on highly corroded pads, like ones where the electrolyte has actually really gone badly, nothing. It's better than heating it up, especially on those ones where there is you've got that corrosion damage. That will take away a lot of the integrity of the actual pads. So, yeah. The key thing, like I said, you must push in towards the board as you twist. If you don't, then you're not allowing the legs to actually stay in contact and do its thing. So, all right. So now we get to start doing the fun stuff. There we go. Zoom it out a bit more. Man, this chair is comfy. Except I've got to lock the back. No, I'll lock it. There we go. That's the one. I think I need to put a bit of a drop shadow behind that box on the side too. Okay, let me just quickly do thing. Custom, blah, blah, blah. The text is not very clear. Okay, let me just quickly add something behind it. What can I add? Whoop. That's not it. Yes, the screen has gone white, I understand that. I'm just sorting something out here. There we go. There we go. And now let's get a nice orange there. There we go. Sweet. That'll do. Now we can actually see the chat there. I actually got to finish setting up this damn PC already and getting it done. So I believe that's where you remove ticks as well. Yeah, seriously, you got to get them down close towards the body and you pull them out. You want to try and remove it all in one thing, but yeah, you twist them and away you go. Okay. So yeah, so once I've removed that cap there, now I want to actually remove the legs as well. There we go. Get out of the way, you. Come here. All right. Time for that. That can move out of the way. That can move out of the way there. There we go. Clean, clean, clean. A little bit of fresh solder. Good stuff. And we'll remove those legs as well. Because we want to make sure the legs come away and they don't actually stay on the board. Because if they stay on the board, then they run the risk of actually coming in contact with something. I have done that once before, way, way, way back in the day when I was removing a cap that actually got knocked off of a board. I removed the legs, but I kind of lost track of one of them. And I eventually found it shorting out one of the lines to ground. So that was good. Okay. So those legs gone. A little bit of solder braid. There we go. Excellent. Richard, how are we? How is it going? It is yeah, it's tough. Things aren't great right now. Obviously, not only for myself, but also for the world, as I'm sure we are all finding out. It's actually one of the things I was going to chat about today on stream because it's going to be an interesting couple of years. That's for sure. Already, I'm hearing stories about people going to go buy parts from like Mauser and similar, and they've already got the tariffs on there. Like, that's immediately a massive hit to everything. That's going to make it very, very tough. And in our industry especially, it's going to be real bad, like insanely bad. A little bit of solder there. Grab us a little duva. So our industry is going to be hit considerably because so many of these companies are actually located in North America and have manufacturing and componentry that comes from all three countries. For example, I know that Fender is already shitting themselves. Why? Well, maple. It comes from Canada. A lot of their guitars and amps are made and processed in Mexico. And they cross the border like multiple times, depending on kind of what's being done and various other factors. It's kind of why they can't say like made in America on the guitars anymore. They just say Corona, California. Let's try this again. Other angle. Yeah, it's going to get real bad because there are a chunk of parts that are made in Mexico. There's a bunch of stuff that's made in China because obviously this whole thing is going to be China. It's going to be the US. It's Mexico. It's a lot. So it is going to be a testing, trying period. Australia has managed to avoid things thus far, but when the US sneezes, the world catches a cold. It's going to undoubtedly cause a bit of headache for us here. I'm already kind of bracing myself because a lot of my sales at the moment with how bad things are here in Australia are coming from like the US and that. So if people are being hammered by $32 packets of eggs and all that kind of jazz, we're going to be left. I'm going to be kind of wondering, well, what do I do now? How am I going to sell products to people? Yeah, we're all going to be like, absolutely, yeah. Mark, how's it going, mate? Hope the back's treating you well. Yeah, so now that I've replaced that cap, what I do to make sure that I know that I've replaced it is just something simple. Just a little black bit of mark, Sharpie. That tells me I've replaced it, and it is good to go. On to the next one. The thing I'm doing with these caps as well is they are 6.3 volt rated. I've bumped them up to actually 16 volt as well. Gives them a little bit more headroom, so they're not going to be quite so hammered. Once again, pliers. In, grab, twist, dunk, and off they come. Excellent. Now, where's my little boxy thing? I like to put these in a box just because it looks cool. And I can show the customer. Look at how many things I've removed from your defective piece of equipment. New doctor said I'm headed to surgery my next month. About time. Ah, fun. I actually have to go to the doctors soon and get my neck checked out because I think I might have arthritis in it. It's rather unpleasant. I like move my neck around and all that kind of jazz, and I can hear it grinding like a cement mixer. Absolutely awful. And yeah, could also be bad posture and things on my part and being like hunched over. I only just got myself a drafting stool for the workshop like last week. It's quite nice actually, a steel case one. $200 it cost me. So to those over stateside, that's like 110, 115 thereabouts as a replacement. And these are normally like $1,600, so can't complain. Good chair is always worth it. Okay, yes, let's. I need to work. Ah, wrong button. There we go. Get out of the way, you. Okay, there we go. Let's remove these legs. So it's going to be a trying time because you've got, you know, we're in a global economy now. There's no such thing as like, you know, one nation that does everything on its own, that's fully self-sufficient, independent. Everyone is interconnected. You've got guitars that are being made across 3 countries, are being made out of multiple parts. Something a lot of people don't consider is like switches in a guitar. They're still made in China. CTS, Switchcraft, those kinds of components are made in China. They haven't been made in the US in ages. The only ones that are made in the US are like CRL, the blade switches. That's about it. That's why they're kind of so expensive. So when you add that down at the manufacturer cost, so a part that might normally cost, say, $3-4 suddenly jumps up 10 to 25%. Okay, cool. So that like $3 part is now like $3.75. Every step of the process, everyone in there is adding their own margins to it. So $3.75 for the raw switch, which is being sold via the company for, you know, at a price of like, say, you know, what would have been $5 previously, because you're making like a 50%-ish margin or something. Now you're adding 50% to $3.75. That part goes in, that goes into the instrument. Then they assume, okay, well, this is going to be about this much for that. So they add that margin on there. Then that instrument gets sold to a wholesaler who has margin added previously, who then adds their own margin to go to retail, who adds their own margin to that. It's the exponential growth thing. This is why, like, not financial advice, but financial advice, people who invest money, you know, they put it in a savings account or whatever else like that. If you put it in a long time ago, even a small amount, interest will compound. It will keep doing its thing. It will make that amount of money grow. It's the same deal when it comes to manufacture. You take those parts and you add compounding interest each step along the line, and it gets a hell of a lot more expensive. When you add to the fact that the industry is already struggling because of the prevalence of private equity and various sort of greedy corporations making things absolutely hell, this may be a cataclysmic event. This might be something that results in a lot of well-known companies, a lot of shops going belly up. It's terrifying. I'm currently writing the script for a video, because I've been doing research for the last while, about how private equity, which, that's the big boogeyman at the moment, everyone's finally realizing what it is and what it does and everything else like that. But they're the reason why a lot of shops are going belly up and why companies like Fender and Gibson are putting out such terrible stuff these days. There is a direct correlation between those things. As a bit of a sneak peek to that whole thing that's coming up, for example, Gibson is owned by a company called KKR. KKR is a massive private equity investment company and whatnot. They, like many other companies, will do what's called a leveraged buyout. And a leveraged buyout is where you buy a company with the prospect of shifting a bunch of debt to it and extracting all of its value before causing it to basically either go belly up or you sell it off, sell it off for its bones. A prime example of what they did was Toys R Us. We know what happened to Toys R Us. They were quite profitable. They were doing quite well, but management came in, gutted them, loaded them up with a lot of debt, and away they went. Same thing happens with many other companies. It's happened a lot, especially in the US and various things. People say, rightly deride the CBS era for Fender and the Norland era for Gibson. This is that, but twice as much. This is worse, like way, way worse. Back then, they were trying to make their money on pumping out lots of product constantly. So they had, you had manufacturing, and they were being pushed hugely, like up and up and up and up. It's like, okay, cool, no, we've got to put more out, we've got to pump more out, get these pin machines running quicker. That's why neck pockets were loose, that's why wiring was awful, that's why, like, in the amp building side of things, everything was all spaghetti wire. You cut a couple of minutes off the manufacture time, you could put out a hell of a lot more. Now, these days, that's not the case. People don't want to make a bunch of money from pumping out a bunch of products. They want that money from the capital growth of the company and its stock value and what they can sell it off for. For example, has anyone noticed that both Fender and Gibson's product lines over the last 5 to 8 years have like doubled or tripled in range? Like there's like a new model every 2 months, and there's multiples that are coming out. And they're not like massive big differences or like big things. They're literally just bringing out models for the sake of models to pump them out. That's a well-known tactic in private equity purchases of companies, is you expand the product range to make it appear like you've got more available, the demand is higher, and it also means if you've got a dealer network like Fender and Gibson do, you can push more of that product onto your dealers. So they will go to their dealers, hey, you have to buy X amount of this and this and this to keep your dealership. If you don't, well, too bad. You've got to buy this many per quarter. You've got to buy this many per month. That gets it moving. That makes the balance sheet look a lot higher. You also start doing things like cutting costs on assembly, on manufacturing, on staff. Fender, for example, about 4 years ago, turfed a lot of experienced staff from the Corona factory. They got rid of a chunk of them and then replaced them with lower wage workers. So they lost a lot of experience there. They're letting out products that normally wouldn't have gone out the door more so because the acceptable yield has changed. Stuff that wouldn't have gone out the door previously now will. That's why the video I did the other day that irked so many people about the Epiphone that went to a customer, that's the reality of the products they're putting out nowadays. That has gone through more than one layer of QC. So that went out the factory at, I think it's Qingdao that they have there, their own one, gone through the local distributor for QC, and they've gone, no, that's fine, send it out the door. And it's gone to the customer. Funny thing about that video is I wasn't there to speak about the electronics or anything else like that. I didn't care about what was in there. The electronics are fine. They do what they do. But a lot of people are like, oh, you said that just cheap Chinese electronics. It's like, I don't care. I wasn't speaking about that. I was speaking about how the damn guitar was unplayable. And some people are like, oh, that's fine. That's just what they do. It's like, dude, you might be fine with like a subpar instrument, but that should not be the case. That, you know, people shouldn't be buying a product only for it to be absolutely horrible and unplayable out of the box. Not a $2,600 guitar. That's not acceptable. Buying a guitar and having to do a setup, yes, that's fine. That's normal. Buying a guitar that has frets that are that weren't completed at factory, that had a nut that wasn't cut at all, like properly, that's not acceptable. Some people, though, don't like that. It's like you've turned around and told them that their mother wasn't actually good down at the glory hole that day. They were just, yeah, they really take it to heart. And even when you say, oh yeah, the rest of it's all fine, that doesn't matter. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like, actually I do. That's why I'm bringing this up to people. And there were plenty of other people in the conversations who were, you know, agreeing, and they had similar experiences. That is what is happening nowadays with these companies. They've got to push more out the door in order to inflate the value of the company, to make the balance sheet look good. 1 second, I need to top up my ISO. Stay. There we go. Sweet. Fresh stack of ISO. Ian from Annandale. Ian, how are we? Ugh. Back I go. There we go. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So yeah, so we are currently in a world of hell. No, well, actually, Marshall is another one. That is something we're going to cover as well. Because since Hongshan has bought Marshall Group now, and this is something I need to explain to people, right? Marshall Group is different to Marshall Amplification. When the Marshall family sold off Marshall, they sold it to Zounds Group, which was a company that was in partnership with them. well, not partnership, licensed, I should say. Zounds Group was a company that made a bunch of Bluetooth and headphone audio, all that kind of jazz, right? Home consumer stuff. Lifestyle brands, fancy shit, all that. And Marshall licensed the brand to them, and they did really well in getting it out there. They basically made it so that everyone wanted them and brought life back to the brand name. Now, as far as kind of what happened next is eventually Marshall Amplification was bought by Zounds. So they bought a majority stake in the company. The Marshall family still owned some of it. And they decided that they were going to roll it into one company and call it Marshall Group. So Marshall Group represents the amplification, which is a teeny tiny portion, the audio stuff, and licensing of the name, right? So the Marshall Group is about the brand. It's, for example, like Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson makes more money on licensing their IP for tchotchkes like beer coolers and posters and t-shirts and all the rest of that than they make from actual motorbike sales. The same thing has happened to Marshall. So Marshall is now a company that is a brand. It's a lifestyle brand. The amplification represents a tiny amount. Now, when Zounds Group bought Marshall and rolled it in, did all that kind of jazz, they did so, and a lot of people were kind of freaking out. I wasn't, though. I thought, actually, this might actually be okay. This might be something where the brand continues on, gets a little bit more investment and all the rest of that. Yes, it's a small part of the overall revenue. The amplifier revenue was something in the lines of, I think about 10 to 15% of the overall turnover of the entire group. That was not to be the case. So Marshall Group was almost immediately spun off. Like, this is only like less than a few years after the merger and the roll-in, and they were sold off. They've now been sold off to a relatively small, like this is quite a small by international standards, Chinese private equity firm, Hongshan. That's concerning. So that includes all of the audio stuff. That includes the Marshall amplification and includes the licensing. So they now have all of that, which they purchased for over $1 billion. Everyone says, well, Marshall amps aren't worth that. You're right, they're not. Marshall Group, however, is. The licensing and the brand name is what is worth the money. What does that mean for Marshall, the amplification company? I don't know. As far as I know, the Marshall family still owns a stake in the company. So they're probably going to have at least some minute little bit of a say. However, private equity companies don't invest money in creating great new products and doing all the rest of that. So don't expect like a wonderful new range of products that are going to bring Marshall into the 21st century. There's not going to be a Marshall Tone Master equivalent. There's not going to be a Marshall Helix equivalent. There's not going to be a new range of amplifiers and boutique handmade stuff to go toe-to-toe with like Friedman and all the rest of that. There won't be much, I would hazard a guess. Chances are the company, as it stands, will probably continue on. There will be a range of more budget amplifiers that will come out at some point. They're not going to be throwing in a bunch of money into Bletchley for research and development. A lot of that research and development will be outsourced to Chinese companies. Chinese companies will be the ones who will basically develop like the new budget lines or whatever else like that. And yeah, manufacturing, obviously they already have a lot of Asian manufacturing in the MG series and similar. Even some of the tube stuff like the DSL series amps, they're made in Vietnam. So get your tinnies in a Marshall fridge. Mate of mine, actually, my old apprentice, he had a Marshall fridge. They're actually really bad fridges, which sucked. Like, they could have actually been decent fridges, but they weren't. Martial Action 3 in Office Work says it all. Yes, it does. It really does. That's kind of just, that's going to be the future of a lot of these companies. There's a surprising number of brands that have actually already been acquired by investment groups. For example, Heritage Guitars used to be owned by the former employees of Gibson. No, owned by an investment company now. That's why they kind of started pumping out things like the Harmony guitars to get them moving out the door as quick as they can, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the depressing part about the system that we currently live in. These brands, these companies, everything is being bought up by these vulture capitalists who are going to do everything they can to increase the value of the company to sell it off as fast as they can for pieces. Gone are the days of when you'd buy a company, increase its productivity, increase its profitability, and then oh great, we're now making a lot of money off this, now we can sell it as a company that's quite profitable. That doesn't exist anymore. It's now, we're going to buy a company, gut it of everything, increase its value, make the shares go up, sell those shares off, and that's where the money's going to come in. If you're not familiar with who he is, there was a gentleman by the name of Jack Welch who is directly to blame for most of everything that we see today with regards to companies and how things are absolutely fucked. Jack Welch was a man at GE, a company that was once one of the largest corporations in the world, that was absolutely massive, that made everything. They made light globes, they made appliances, they made turbine engines, they made parts for aeronautical and space and all the rest of that. They made it all. Then Jack took over, and Jack's whole thing was doing everything he could to inflate stock value. Didn't matter, stock value goes up, there we go. That's what it's all about. He's the reason that we live in this wonderful world where a company that might want to, increase their stock value will just lay off a bunch of staff. That's him. He's the guy who created that world. There's a really, really good multi-part series on the podcast Behind the Bastards. If you've never seen it, I would highly recommend it. It's on YouTube and all of the typical podcast locations. And they go into how he started at GE and how he created a culture that led to what we have today, where companies are no longer valued for the product they make, but simply for how much growth they can get and how quickly they can. Stay. There we go. Hey, Magisterium, how are we? Joining in for the wonderful chit-chat that we're having regarding the joys of the current system that we're in and how brands are all going to absolute hell in a handbasket and how things are going to be fun with the new tariffs. There we go. Am I in the right spot? No. Way off. Rather than go. There we go. There we go. This is one thing I don't get, right, when it comes to doing boards and repairs and stuff like that. There are so many people out there who refuse to do SMD stuff, oh, it's impossible to do, it's so hard, I can't do it. This is easy. This is simple. I don't have to worry about through-hole plating, don't have to worry about none of that stuff. All I have to do is just grab my parts, put them in, solder them in place, done. Now, if I have to remove anything from the board, it's actually really easy to do with a hot air gun. It's so simple. Oh, Richard, thank you muchly, sir. With how quiet it's been, that will definitely help. Oy. Things be a bit wild right now. Okay. There we go. Brands are just labels nowadays. Yesterday they used to symbolize standards. Correct. I mean, there's always been a corporate element to things. For example, Gibson was literally Orville Gibson started the company and was forced out not long thereafter by, a bunch of people who were investors, and their whole thing has always been, they are a corporate company. But companies used to also have to focus on making a good product. You couldn't just put crap out the door and continue making vast amounts of money. That's not the way it used to be. Nowadays, you can put absolute crap out or put something out that doesn't exist, and people will still kind of buy it. Companies will still be worth a hell of a lot, because that's just the way it is now. It's absolutely bloody awful, but it is what it is. Today. In the past, there was this whole thing where you bought something and you knew whether it was going to be worthwhile, whether it wasn't, based on the brand that was on the outside. Yep. It's hard to stop this. A lot of your money, if you have super, is invested in private equity. Yes, and I think that is wrong and immoral. Mainly because I believe that we should have a state pension system that provides people with what they're enough that's there. The way it used to be. Super and all the rest of that, putting money into companies and various other things. I mean, yeah, maybe in some degree some of that might have been okay. But for example, I actually have almost no super. Due to a combination of factors, most of my super got wiped out a while ago of what little I had, and because of how business has been for the last while, I haven't had a chance to put super away for years. I have zero savings for when I retire. I have no expectations of ever actually being able to retire. Even with family and all the rest of that, I've got nothing I'll inherit from family or anything else like that. So to me, it's a little bit neither here nor there. There we go. That's not 100 there. Oh, out of the way. There we go. See, I don't mind. I don't mind, being taxed for something. As long as my taxes are used well. I would love to pay more in tax if it meant there was a robust social network, if there was plenty of public housing available to keep the cost of housing down and to provide a roof over the head of everyone, if we had, a return to the glory days of what Medicare used to be here in Australia, where everyone had access to top quality healthcare, because that should be right, and a world where people shouldn't starve. I've been homeless. I grew up exceedingly poor in a household where my grandmother and handicapped uncle looked after me as a child, living on nothing more than the disability support pension. It's insane. What is super? Super is our equivalent of 401k. So basically, it's a mandatory contribution that everyone gets from working. In the past, it used to be. You worked over a certain amount of hours, then you'd get a certain percentage added on top, which would go into your super fund. Nowadays, everyone gets it no matter how many hours you work, and it's 9.5%, I believe. So basically, whatever you earn, your employer puts another 9.5% of that into a superannuation fund. Now, super funds are one of those things where, unless you are very, very well educated and know what's going on and all the rest of that, you're leaving it up to a bunch of, corporate vultures and various other things to invest in whatever else is there. Which kind of sucks, because there are people out there who don't know these things, who put into their super, and it gets eaten up by fees or goes into terrible investments or whatever else like that, and so people don't get what their thing. There was a whole thing that was actually done with regards to superannuation junk fees and poor returns. And there are some of them that are literally underperforming just a standard indexed fund. That is how bad they are. It's awful. Yeah, super is a lot of things. All of it. Self-managed tax perks. Yep. Tied up in property, self-managed super fund. Don't pay any tax on it. Yay. Because why would they do that? Ugh. Yeah. Did I mess up something here? No, just gone crazy. In Ireland, they pay 40% tax, but they really get it back in state services. Yeah. But then again, they also don't have, they have a very low corporate tax rate, which sucks, because they're a tax haven, and then it comes out of countries like Australia and the rest of the world. Terrible, terrible junk. Okay. Come on. It's kind of messed up that, like, here in Australia, we've got, you've got negative gearing. So negative gearing, you can claim the losses and tax deduct any costs associated with a investment property, but I can't actually like claim my super. Sorry, I can't claim my rent against my tax. So yeah, that kind of thing's insane. The system has become rather screwy here in Australia, and I am rather disappointed in how it is all going. I am 38, going on 50 this year, and I watched the world change from when I finished high school and just entered the workforce to being something where, I could have gotten ahead, things could happen, and there was a distinct line between people like me and those who came from a more wealthy background. GFC happened, various other stuff, etc., etc. And yeah, so it went from being a case of you can get ahead, you can have a house, you can, do something with your life, to being, no, you will work until you die. Here you go, you need to buy this, you need to do this, and all the rest of that. Oh, rent, cool, here you go. Yeah, we'll just take half of what you earn for that. Wage increases, no, sorry, it's not going to happen. Casualization of the workforce, blah, 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 blah. All the same, so. Super is, it's relatively simple. It's just, like I said, they take your employer has to pay an extra percentage into your chosen super fund. However, super funds are something you choose, or you will go with whatever your employer has set up automatically with things. So, for example, with my company, when I had staff, all our standard allocation super was through a company called Australian Super. I went with them because their returns were good, and because the investments that they went into were things that weren't stuff like fossil fuels and all the rest of that. They went with like green energy and more socially conscious portfolios, and the returns were good as a result of that. So they were also quite good. So negative gearing has been around for many, many years. However, the rules around it have not. Negative gearing was originally, like, way back in the day, designed as a method for stimulating housing growth with the private sector. It was only available on new builds and all the rest of that, and it was limited as well. Those changes eventually came in so that you had negative gearing that also stacked on top of capital gains discount, and then suddenly it was no longer available on just new products. Yeah, Denmark, Norway, they're those sort of Nordic social democracies. Still capitalist systems, but they have a particular thing where they have their social programs and that. Australia used to be very much like that. You go back to the days of like Whitlam and stuff. You go back even to like the post-war period. There were a lot of social programs and things were there. Like, nobody would ever have even thought to touch public housing until, like, the Fraser government and onwards, because it would just been, like, absolute, like, political suicide to do so, because it was so popular back in the day. But then, of course, neoliberalism came along and changed the narrative around how we think about social programs, and that everything has to be profitable instead of having a social net benefit, The northern countries are way ahead of everyone in civilization education standards, although they might come out as pricks until they get to know you. Yeah, what was that meme that was online? Is there was a meme that came out about if you go to someone's house, will they offer you food? And like all like the Scandinavian countries and that, like go to someone's house uninvited, and it's dinner time, they will not offer you food. Whereas my family, like Hungarian, and that's like you come over, like eat, come on. And then the other half is like Polynesian and that, so of course it's like, yeah, cool, eat some food, enjoy. So back on topic when it comes to the state of the industry and how things are going to be going. It's going to be a wild time. The cost of parts obviously are going to go through the roof, and people don't realize like how interconnected everything is. You're not just going to have like parts coming to one location from one place. They're going to cross borders sometimes multiple times. Like I said, you know, Fender, for example. Fender, their guitars. Maple comes from Canada, gets processed in Mexico. Assembly QC and that is done in America. Every time it crosses that border, money, money, money. More tariffs. Stay. There we go. Sounds similar to AVC. This is the roll PCB out of VS2480. Yes, it sure is. As we can see right here on the board, there. These ones, like I said earlier in the stream, are prone to leakage, causing the audio to fail. Sounds similar to AVC's additional voluntary contributions or SIPP, self-invested personal pensions in the UK, although those are things you need to set up for yourself. Yeah. See, the UK is what we used to base our system on. So the whole thing is that the pension is something that you are, you know, you're going to be entitled to. That is your safety net. It's like non-negotiable. Australia, we kind of diverged a bit on that, so it became less about that, and more so you now have to have your own thing and all the rest of that for your retirement and whatnot in your super. So that was set up by the Hawke Keating governments of the late 80s. Definitely not my favourite of the Labour Prime Minister periods, but they did some okay stuff, but I don't agree with all the neoliberalism stuff. But that was what was happening around the world. Thatcher, Reagan, that was it. So it's not just stuff from Roland though. This is actually the thing. Like this is something I've found over the last couple of years. A lot of these units with SMD caps in the audio path are starting to go bad. Specifically in the bypass stages and whatnot, they're starting to go leaky, and I don't know why. It's not like they were all from bad batches or whatever, but it's affecting things like the Korg SV1, the Mini Korg, Micro Korg, a bunch of stuff there, a bunch of Roland synths, a bunch of effects processors as well. It seems to be all those analog signal caps, all in the way. That's what's happening. So, all right, on to the next one. Dunk. Here, from Magisterium, here you pay 11% out of your salary for Social Security and the employer pays 20% the last 10 years of work. You can make bigger discounts to increase the average and get a pension. Fair enough. Cheap components from the suppliers. I mean, look, everyone is going to like use cheaper components. You know, you always go for the lowest count on the BOM, but these aren't like no-name caps. These are like Nichicons and Nippon Chemicons and that. That's what's odd. It's just, yeah. So it doesn't seem like anything escaped it. That one there. Stay. So who here saw the video that I put out about that wonderful Epiphone guitar? Portugal, aka Spain's parking lot. I live in a part of Sydney that's actually known as Little Portugal. There's a lot of Portuguese immigrants here that came over in the 70s and 80s. Like down the road from where I am, there's like a Portuguese deli and like for Portuguese restaurants and whatnot. And actually, there's like signs on the street saying Little Portugal. Place called Lewisham here in Sydney. Lewisham, Petersham, that kind of area. So, my missus' family is actually Portuguese descent on one side. Oh, God. It's getting warm here in Sydney. It is getting warm and it is awfully humid. It's disgusting. Do not like. It's like the air is stiff and I got no AC in the shop. So I'm kind of like having to survive on sweat and good vibes. That one there, that one there. Cool. Yeah, the controversy was fun. This is what kind of gets to me, right? Here I am trying to make some content in order to like you know, give people a bit more of an informed opinion on things so that they can avoid getting stuff that's going to be a waste of their hard-earned money. I hate seeing people get ripped off. I hate it. People should get good things. There should be good stuff out there, and yet there are people out there who are like completely excusing it, going, oh, that's fine, that's normal. It's like, no, that is not normal. And if you think that that is normal, then you are part of the problem. You're the one that's letting these companies get away with stuff because you'll still go out there and buy and go, oh, that's okay, that's normal. This is the kind of thing that like you hear on the Lewis Rossman channel and all the rest of that about, you know, how, you know, people go out there and they'll just still keep buying stuff because, you know, the companies just know. You have no right to protect my wallet. Yeah. Seriously, people are just, they're so brand loyal to a fault. It's insanity. It's like, dude, yeah, okay. And like, to anyone who kind of knows anything, it's really not that controversial either. It's like, here's a product that is not worth the money. Okay, yeah, I said, oh, the cheap, you know, the basic Chinese electronics and that, because I didn't look up the specs, because I didn't care about the specs. I'm not doing a full review on it. I'm doing a review on the bloody state of the company, the product they're putting out the door. But just as an aside to that, right? This is something that pisses me off to a high degree. The company's gone out there and they've put, you know, oh, great quality CTS pots and switches. The switch felt like crap because it was a crap one, okay? Now, the pots that are in there, they are made in China. CTS makes their stuff in China because that is how it is. It's cheap to do so. They've been made there for years. That's not bad. That's good. But, okay, so, you know, there it is, whatever, cheap electronic components. It didn't matter. But then they go on about the pickups. All these pickups, they're like, you know, expensive Gibson custom bugs. They're like $600. Bullshit. The reason why they put them in there is because those pickups for Gibson to make cost about $25 a set. Sorry, $25 each. Let's be real here. Made in the US. So $25 pickups that they charge that much for. Pickups cost nothing when you make them in that kind of quantity. When you have machines that are automating the process and they're just done, you can do 10 of them in like less than half an hour. But you charge, oh, there's $600 pickups in a guitar. Great. There you go, $600 pickups in a guitar that cost $25. So they've created an artificial sense of value in the product. Okay, great. So does that mean those $600 pickups in a guitar that is now $2,600, okay? I'm talking in Aussie dollars here. So bear with me, do the conversions. You know, $2,600 guitar, that's still like $2,000. A $2,000 guitar should be spotless on its frets. Its nut should be cut correctly. The finish on that, yeah, it was fine. They cut corners by doing a matte finish. Cool. The scraping and the binding wasn't great. People all noted that. But they've created an artificial inflation of the value, and people latch onto that as though that means that the rest of the product is better quality. No. That's why, like, for example, companies like Ibanez or various others, right? Their whole thing was, like, to bring model costs down, first thing they do is they cut the brand name parts and they put good quality equivalents in. but the rest of the stuff is still okay. You go down further, and then you start getting cuts to the build quality. And these guys don't understand that it's like, okay, yeah, they've got some fancy pickups and all the rest of that in there, and they got these pots and switches, but you ever heard of something called break quantities? If I buy pots, right, and I buy 10 of them from one of my suppliers, the price goes from retail of about $5 down to about $2.80, okay? That's just a small break because I've got a wholesale account. Now, if I buy 100, that $2.80 goes down to about $2.20. If I buy 10,000 of them, like Gibson will do, that's going to be closer to $1.60, $1.70, maybe. So they're still making profit on that. They're saying these parts are worth this much, but realistically they only cost this much. And it's a good way of doing things, but it doesn't excuse the flaws in it. In fact, that makes it more egregious. So their mums work for Epiphone. I don't know, man. Maybe. I pride myself on being a cheapo concerning gear. If it works and expensive, great. If it has made in China, I don't care. Yeah, but those pickups from Potwags, Van Hales, blah, 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 yep. Can't be objective or subjective people, correct. I love cheap gear that is good. And this is why I always recommend it to people, right? If there is something available that is cheaper that does a similar job, I'm going to recommend it. I'm going to be honest about what corner's been cut to get to there. But I remember at a time where I would recommend to customers that they go out and buy a Mexican-made fender and then upgrade the parts and hardware because they were so well made. Like, the bones were there. You could do something good with it. Nowadays, I can't say the same thing. In fact, I say the opposite. I say, when it comes to the Mexican stuff, avoid it. Buy something that's from another company made in China. Like, oh my God, some of these new companies that are coming out are just insane. For example, Jet Guitars, Tanglewood have their new, like, solid bodies and that. Holy shit. $300 Telecaster guitar? You change out the hardware on that thing and that is amazing. Oh my God, it's insane how good it is. The whole pickup market is a rip-off. Yes, I can replicate 80% of a whole lot more with my own active guitar electronics. Yeah. I just bought some stuff on AliExpress a few days ago. Should be delivered here soon. And I'm going to do a video. Exactly what goes into a $50 set of pickups and what goes into a $15 guitar pedal. It'll be interesting to see what's there, you know. It'll be interesting. 80s Yamahas, 90s Yamahas, today's Yamahas. Every Yamaha is a good Yamaha. There is no such thing as a bad Yamaha. Yes, I'm a fanboy, but that's because I've been to head office. I've seen stuff. I have seen all their products. I have sold them. I have imported them. They are amazing. They are brilliant. You know? But, you know, and that's the great thing. You can always pick up something cheap for next to nothing, and it's going to be a great instrument. Most of the sound is in your hands anyway. Yeah. I mean, I can dial in most gear and have it sound half decent as long as it's not like absolute crap. You know, it's down to what you do with it. That's the main thing. Reebok t-shirts made in the factory near where I live were sold unlabeled. That had the logo printed in the flea market here. Yep. After they got the official label, they cost... Yeah, seriously, there was a whole thing years ago where there was speaking to someone and he's like, yeah, my whole thing was I used to go to the factories and I used to go there and we go, yep, cool, because he was buying on behalf of a big brand. Those ones there go to this company, get the logo on, they cost this much. These ones here, yep, they're fine, they'll go off to there for cheaper. These ones here, just get rid of them and sell them to a flea market and that because they would make so many of them. Chinese mark base stuff is faultless. It looks solid. It looks really decent. Where it's made is less important than the company behind it and how well they are willing to, you know, have it set up and done. Geico dual rails, nothing bad to say about them. Tone Rider pickups, holy hell, Tone Rider pickups, man, they are killer. Bambiol, good night to you too, sir. I have no idea what time it is where you are, but it's still relatively early here. What is the time? 9 a.m., 10 past. How about the Behringer with the BX1 of the DX1 with the CS80 filters, LM drum wave, supposed to see with Jupiter 8 and Pro 5. No, Jupiter 8 is already in final production phase. It's getting ready to go. Now the Behringer stuff, I have a bit of a I mean, I'm actually doing a video this afternoon that I got to release about it because there's a YouTuber by the name of Espen Craft. And he has some dog shit takes. He's like trying to ride the algorithm, but it's like the thing that you say online. You know, bait used to be believable. The modern access to cheap stuff is kind of cool, but it's all disposable. It is, you know, you buy it and it is just use it until it blows up. The DX1 clone, okay, cool. Yamaha weren't going to make a copy of that or anything else like that. You know, they're doing some of their modern stuff. They're doing their things. That's what they do. Roland won't touch any of their old stuff. Not with a 10-foot pole. They haven't done anything analog in years, and they refuse to. They're more focused on their cloud software thing and make other things. Because, surprisingly, synthesizers and instruments only actually make up a small portion of Roland's overall revenue. Their largest industries, by far and away, are printing and imaging stuff and things like that. The more you know. Yeah, but like Behringer make the stuff that is great for its price point, and contrary to what Espen has to say with his dumb takes about killing the vintage market, it actually does the opposite. It actually does the opposite. So when you've got like any industry, you're always going to have stuff that is going to be the aspirational stuff. All right, aspirational things are stuff like a Porsche, a Ferrari, a Tudor or a Rolex, you know, that kind of stuff. All right, so it's the aspirational thing that certain people will want because they have the money or whatever else. And the same goes with like tools or whatever else we use. So, for example, a studio. I mean, yeah, if it's a big proper studio, guess what? They're going to have real Neve 1081s in the rack. They're going to have a SSL-G in there. They're going to have original LA2As and 1176s. Yeah, just because Warm Audio come out with an LA2A clone because there's like various companies making like $2,000 copies of a 1081 doesn't mean that the vintage market goes away or that the high-end premium stuff does. In fact, it does the opposite because those people out there who maybe don't have a huge amount of money or get access, they know of these products, but then they get a chance to use them. They buy the cheap version. They buy the okay one. And they might go, oh, you know what? It's actually not quite as good as I'd hoped. Or they'll buy it and they'll go, holy shit, that's amazing. Oh my God, that's exactly what I want. If this is this good, how good is the real one going to be? Yeah, I'll do it. Test 1 2 1 2. Hey, you should be able to hear me now. My whatsy died. apparently I don't have much charge here. Let me just grab my Here we go. It's the Beringer Mafia. They heard what I was saying. They cut me off. No. So back to what I was saying, all right? So when you got guys who go out there and they buy Beringer and that, they become the aspirational buyer. They want to buy what they hear. They want to buy what they, you know, what they've seen of this. And the same goes with vintage synths. Someone's going to go out there and they're going to buy a UBX-A, right? Their take on the OBX-A. And they're going to hear it and go, man, that thing is cool. Now I want a vintage one. And they start justifying it. And they go, I want this thing. Or they'll use it and go, you know what, this is kind of cool, but I can't really justify buying it. It does what I need it to do. And then other people who'll buy it and then go, I don't actually like it. It doesn't do what I want it to do. They could split either way. They could either be, you know, I think it's probably not the same as the better quality one. Or, nah, this doesn't do what it needs for me. So they could either become an aspirational buyer or, you know, somebody just moves away from it. Clone syndrome, yeah. People access clones, oh my god, the original ones must be better. Which is insane, because pedals are pedals. They're dumb. You put a pedal in, that's it, you're sorted. They're easy to clone. It's not like there's anything magic about them. Synths are a little different, because they do have a thing. Like, using an original Jupiter 8 is going to be different to using a modern recreation, just because there's going to be little differences and stuff like that, and how the interface works and how it does things. There we go. Studios are changing. There is like less of the big name brand stuff, but there's also still that high tier. Gone are the days when you'd have like a studio that had a big console and a bunch of like fancy stuff and that. Now you've got a lot more mid-tier studios. So those mid-tier studios are going to have they're going to have a broader range of stuff. They'll have like racked pre's and single stuff. So you're not going to have like a bank of 1176s. You're not going to have like a sidecar of 1073s. You're going to have a nice racked pair. You're going to have like one LA2A. You're going to have a matched pair of EL8Xs. That kind of thing. So you're going to have more of that nice stuff in there. So, for example, with my studio that I had 15 years ago, we had in there a racked pair of Neve 1081s. We had a pair of EL8Xs. We had a 40th anniversary U80i. We had some other bits and pieces and that in there that were just like focused on those kinds of things. Yeah, I've got digital noise on there because it's currently charging. It'll be done in a moment. I'm just getting enough charge in there just so I can continue on. I've created a ground loop. Also all over the place. One of my clients is going direct 2-inch. Oh my god. Yeah, like tape machines are experiencing a resurgence as well. You know, once again, that same sort of thing. It's that aspirational things. People are still going to buy. They're still going to do stuff. So, in conclusion, Espen Craft should shut up about this. That was bad enough with his Prophet X video, and now this thing, it's like, oh my god, dude, just if you're gonna do like a bait video or something like that, at least like make it so that there's like some merit to what you're saying. But no, that ain't gonna happen. Here we go. Come on, grab that there, this thing. Book. Stay. Yeah, it doesn't take too long to charge, thankfully. Oh man. Come on, you. No. Come here. There we go. Stupid things. Exactly. And look, I will admit I am shameless in that. I will do that kind of thing. I mean, clickbait title on the Epiphone video did the jobby. But it's true. Like, my reaction was literally, really? Really? See, I don't mind people who just complain or whatever else like that. I mean, that's literally all Lewis Rossman ever does. But it's more so like his complaints aren't always valid. They're stupid. They're from an uninformed perspective, but he speaks with such authority. It's Dunning-Kruger personified. It's kind of dumb. Okay, I'll go there. It's like on the Epiphone video and various others that I've had, there's always someone out there going, "You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know shit." And it's like, actually, I do know a fair bit. That's why I came to the conclusions I came to. And I can't wait to start doing my double-blind videos. Because I met another YouTuber here in Sydney. Going to do some stuff together and whatnot as well. And yeah, just like discussing all the various things. One of the things we're actually talking about is because like we want to do more stuff that's like independent but covers like latest gear and stuff that's relatively modern. So what we're looking at doing is getting a couple of like YouTubers together from around like Sydney and that, pooling in to buy a piece of equipment, all doing a video on it, and then selling the piece of equipment off afterwards. So that way, all we're doing is paying for the amount between what we bought it and sold it for, and splitting it multiple ways. That way, it could actually allow us to get, you know, modern, new equipment to test it and be non-beholden to, like, the manufacturers. Not everyone's going to be able to drop, like, a couple of $1,000s on an amp, but if you got, like, 4 or 5 people dropping that on an amplifier and then selling it for, you know, a couple of $100 less than what it was bought for or sold for, and then, like, you know, splitting that amount, that's potentially doable. That may be doable. The one book man, yeah. PV Decade 2. What about the PV Decade? Why are we talking about PV Decade? I mean, it's kind of cool that they've reissued those, actually, of all things. What they need to do, though, what they really need to do, is need to reissue the goddamn PV Bandit 65 Teal Stripe. That thing is a monster. Like, that is like a doom stoner metal rock thing is insane. Oh yeah, the PV Decade, yeah. But they're not going to be expensive. But it'd be interesting to get like one of the originals and one of the reissues, put them side by side. Undoubtedly, the new ones are going to be SMD. The old ones were simple. There wasn't much in them. There was like a pair of transistors on the output, and then the rest of the input was all just op amp. It was like 3 op amps. That's it. $300? What? No way. Get fucked. That is bullshit. Wait, did I do that one? Yeah, I did. $300 dues. 300 Yankee bucks. God damn. That's insane. Teal Stripe Bandits. Yeah. Whenever I deal with a school and they have old PV stuff, they're like, oh, should we update it? No, do not update it. Just keep it working. They are bulletproof. You can't kill them. They are tough, robust, reliable. Oh, there we go. One of the, well, actually, because the Teal Stripe Bandit 65s had that like super gnarly like like fuzzed out kind of gain tone. If you put a low tuned guitar through it and hit like just a power chord, it would just drone for ages. I was actually looking at making a pedal version of that distortion because it's just so wacky. Triumph 60, yeah. Triumphs were good amps as well. Yeah. I mean, with some electronics, it kind of can be. It's the value proposition as well, right? So a school has bought an amp, and they bought it 30 years ago, right? They've bought it for a couple of $100. They've used it for many years, and now it's no longer working. The cost of repair might be a few hundred. It might be the cost of a modern replacement, but that's where the value proposition is, and what I try to get through to teachers and like heads of music departments. Yeah, you can buy a new one, but you see how this amp has lasted you 30 years? I can repair this one. Now, when that one there dies, in 5 or 6 years, I can't repair it. There are no parts available. The schematics don't exist. In order to fix it, will cost so much more than what the device is worth. These aren't built with serviceability in mind or anything else like that. They are built with profit in mind. So unless you're spending good money on a good bit of equipment, keep the old stuff running. It's just going to be better for your bottom line. That's like the value proposition. You know what I'm really enjoying today? What are you enjoying, Brad? Is it the scorching heat that's making everything absolutely like schwitzing like mad? What is it? Let us know. Oh, man. And again with the bloody nose. Every time my bloody solder. Come on, we're waiting. Yeah. You AC, really? I thought you liked the heat. Bastard. Morning, working on an auto harp. Hey, I've worked on many of those before. I've actually got my tuning hammer there in the box. I have replaced many a felt on them and all the rest of that. If it's an Oscar Schmidt, parts are a bit harder to get. The Tokai ones, though, parts are still available, which is kind of crazy. Strings, they're a bit harder, though. I have to get them. I have to actually order them in from the US whenever anyone comes in with one. But yeah, gone are the days of good old junk picking and flipping stuff and making it. That's actually what I used to do in the past. When I was like jobless for a long period there, I used to go through the free section in Gumtree. So Gumtree is like our equivalent of like Craigslist and similar type stuff. I used to go through that. I go through the free section and find things and stuff that wasn't working or just random furniture and that. I'd find random stuff, take it away. If it was broken, I'd like, kind of fix it and make it thing and then like sell it for a couple of bucks. And then other stuff, I'd literally just take it to the cash converters. Take it to cashies, make a bit of cash out of it that way. Cost me nothing, sell it. You know, I might get like, you know, $5 for this, $20 for that. By the end of the day, I'll make my, you know, 50, 60 bucks. That was enough to pay for food for a day or two. I like the heat, but not when I'm in the shop. The air just sits. At the home workshop, it's good if I open both roller doors. I have the front and rear door open of the shop, and there is no airflow. I am dying. It is so bad. 4C, man, I wish. 8 degrees Celsius, man. British winters are 9 months long. Does Britain have seasons other than like winter and rainy? Oh, that's all you guys got. That'll be good. Come March, I should hopefully be on holiday over visiting Japan again as usual and checking out springtime again, like I did last year. I need some time off after the year that has happened, because it's been hard. It's been fucking hard. Thankfully, the missus, mother, basically helped us out with paying for some stuff for over there and that, so we don't have to worry about that too much. And then I used up the last of my frequent flyer points I had for the flights and whatnot, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford it. I've just been squirreling away what little cash I can to cover the bills while I'm gone. Because yeah, I need some time off. I need some downtime to just relax. So unfortunately, we're still going through legal matters and proceedings with regards to getting letters of administration for my mother's personal matters and all that, and getting access to life insurance, which should have been done ages ago. So I still haven't got the life insurance payout. When that does come, it's probably not going to be a huge amount. You know, maybe 70 grand or so, split 3 ways. That's including whatever super she had. So certainly not a huge amount. That'll pay down a large chunk of my debt, which is all I'm hoping for. Pay down a large chunk of my debt, and I can kind of like reset things. I can ride out how things are going with the future of everything being up in the air. Hit the big reset button and see how things go. There we go. A little bit there. Put that junk off. Point the caps the right way around. There we go. Coming here. And there is no airflow here in Enmore. None whatsoever. It's okay when the breeze starts. When the breeze starts, I can survive. But not right now. Come on. Get on there, you bastard. Stay. See, I never really got much into Faith No More. I know the obvious songs, and we used to cover Ashes to Ashes in one of the covers bands I was in. But outside of that, not really. My music taste was always very eclectic, but also very niche. It was random stuff I would listen to that no one else would. But I never really listened to a lot of the big name stuff. Okay, yep, a bit there. Dunk, dunk. Oh my god. Wait. Yeah, I got messages. Who'd be messaging me? Nothing exciting there. What's going on here? No, go away, you bastard. Spotify can go to hell. Typical city hipster answer. What do you mean, city hipster? Fuck you. I'm a motherfucking Westie, bitch. I'm so much of a Westie, I was born and raised in the west of Sydney, went to New Zealand, lived in the west of Auckland. I didn't mind, like, there was actually a chunk of, like, hair metal I kind of didn't mind at all. Like, some of it was actually really good. Like, they just looked stupid, but sounded really good. It's like they were just riding the aesthetics, but the music underneath was completely different. Skid Row, for example. Skid Row kick ass. So goddamn much. Holy shit. Slave to the Grind. Youth Gone Wild. My god. Massive songs. There we go. Hopefully when I go over in Japan in March, because I'm going there for a week by myself first, then the missus is coming over because she's got less time, and you know, I I just want to go and explore on my lonesome, backpack on, nothing else, check all that stuff out, and go meet up with a bunch of mates that I have over there. But yeah, while I'm over there, I'm going to basically check out a bunch of, go to a bunch of gigs and hang out and stuff. Go to a punk show and a metal show whilst I'm there, because they go off. Yeah, see, with the hair metal stuff, there was some bands that were actually pretty good. You just gotta kind of like dig for them. The rest of it was just generic, like, blues-based hard rock and that. Talking about whoa, 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 gonna party, gonna get my thing on, got my Trans Am, etc., etc., etc. Slave to the Grind was phenomenal. God damn, that was good. A mate of mine in high school, a guy by the name of Chris, he was basically like, it's like he was literally born a decade too late. Like he just waited in his mother's womb for a decade and came out, because he was like someone straight from like 1991, 1992. He was obsessed with like Guns N' Roses and Megadeth and Skid Row and all those kinds of acts. He was obsessed with it. You know, he hated modern music, hated everything. He thought Metallica sucked. Megadeth was so much better. And he dressed like someone straight out of the like early 90s. It was great. And because we both had incredibly long hair, like both of us hair went down to our asses. People thought we were brothers at school. It's like, no, we just hung out. We just both played guitar. Skate videos, hells yeah. I loved that stuff when I was a teenager in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Got into a lot of like SoCal skate punk scene and various things, and like bodyboarding videos and stuff as well, motocross. I remember Tensions. That was classic. Yep. Post-punk, I love my goth stuff. I was a goth kid as a teenager and whatnot. Still go to various clubs these days and my mates DJ at. Cure, the Smiths, oh god, Cocteau Twins, all that kind of fun stuff. And of course, you know, Skinny Puppy, KMFDM, start getting into the industrial side of things. 9 Inch Nails if you want to be a real cool poser. Cure are great. A little bit more. There's something wrong with this tip. Okay, so now we're good there. What is going on here? Yes, Skinny Puppy are solid. And of course, Uncle Al from good old buddy Ministry. There we go. Man, some of those old chicken pickin' players and like country and western folk guys, holy shit. Like, oh my god, they are just like ripping it up. It's absolutely wild. Sweet. Band called Mlarif Dada. Fair enough. Old school. God, I still remember going to, back in the day, going to like Black Planet, D Machine, all those clubs here in Sydney. Oh, those were the days. Ding 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 long ding 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 I sang down. And I'm out of bed sound ding 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 I sang bow. Jesus built my heart rod. It was mostly a love affair. That was classic. Oh my god. Come on, you. Off we go. Just gibberish. Well, there was that Italian guy who wrote that song back in like the 60s, 70s, something like that. And it was supposed to be a song in English, and he wrote it to prove a point that like people will listen to anything if they think that it's English. And he literally just made up words that just kind of sounded vaguely English and sung it. I've been on a bit of a weird kick over the last like while, getting into like a range of like folk music and stuff, and like kind of like just real like soulful kind of things. When I was like a kid growing up with my grandmother and all the rest of that, she was into things like the Seekers and Richard Clayton and all the rest of that. And only now at this age am I kind of like going, you know what, I'm going to check out some of these things, and going like, yeah, there's some stuff here. And then I came across this, of course, because I'm a fucking weeb, I came across this Japanese artist called Hako Yamasaki, and there was she had an album called Tobimas, and oh my god, it's like vocal chops that are just like soul-shiveringly good. Like, my god, that album, start to finish, is an absolute, like, just powerhouse. Like, it's a mixture of, like, folk, smoky blues, some jazz in there, and then it ends out with, like, some soft rock as well, like, just a real mix. It's actually, where is it? Come on, give me the thing. There we go, we get that. We go to there, that one there. Go there, There we go. Yes, I wish to share, thank you. Copy link. Why am I connected to my AirPods? So yeah, so I've just linked this album here, right? Listen to it from start to finish. Trust me. Like track 2, that piano intro, and that vocal line. Oh my god. Damn, that is just, whew. And yes, it's more than just dandruff. I actually have quite bad dermatitis and whatnot. So kiss my ass. Okay, there we go. That should be enough on that for charge. Listening to Hiroshi Yoshimura when I need to study or work. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Now, I'm going to disagree with you on that one, magisterium. People who practice electric, unplugged, develop very, very bad habits. They should not do that. Also, effects and all the rest of that can be a part of the sound. You're creating something, you're manipulating it. You know, take the chorus away from the cue, and it just sounds thin. Just sounds nyeh. Take the delay away from the edge from U2, and you end up with that classic Bill Bailey skit. Actually, really quite good. You know, people should play acoustically more often, like an acoustic, but that's also, it's approached differently. Like when I used to like teach students and all the rest of that, it's about you approach how your left hand operates differently as well as your right hand. You're less concerned with muting everything if you're playing on an acoustic because there's less sensitivity. You're not having to worry about notes ringing out or whatever. You kind of want that because that adds to the resonance of it. But electric, man, having that extra like little muted note ring out, that can add some real crazy harmonies. Ugh, awful. Well, I would tell it to Jeff Beck, but he's dead. I would gladly say it to his face. And I'm sure, you know, despite what, yeah, it's like that whole thing of confirmation or survivor's bias and all the rest of that. It's like, yes, just because you did it and all the rest of that doesn't mean it's good. Do you know how many players I've come across over the years that go, yeah, I just practice, well, I practice unplugged and all the rest of it. I like to hear the strings. And then you hear them, and then they're plugged in, and it sounds like absolute garbage because they're now hitting with such force. They're causing the envelope of the note to bow out. They're no longer like being cognizant of the extra notes ringing out and whatnot, so they're not muting them because they're just used to hearing it, like hitting that hard. So it's not a good thing for players generally. Some people are born as genetic abnormalities and all the rest of that and go from there, or they were born in a time where they were so poor that was what happened, but their technique always changes when they get access to the stuff. So James Calvin Wilsey. Never heard of him. I have to check it out. LCD sound system. Yeah, I've not really gotten into them, but I'll check it out. You can make the edge, you can make the concert if edge is sick, yes. Plug the delays and you're set. Learn the licks clean and then you can always work. See, I learn them with the gain. Learning them clean doesn't help because if I can learn them on high gain, if it's a gain tone, then I can also work on making sure there's no overriding notes or anything else like that. I don't want anything ringing out. I don't want that. And I want to make sure that I get the dynamics correct. So, yeah, some of those guitars went for stupid money. Like, there was just random, like, guitars that weren't anything special that went for, like, $50,000, $60,000 plus just because he owned it. And guaranteed when these like speculative investors try and sell them in 10 years' time, 5 years' time, 2 years' time, no one's going to buy them. The market is going to fall out from under the arse of all these things. Getting back into running. Good luck with that. I've just started like trying to get that happening. Being a fat fuck like I am, it is hard. Holy shit, like the stomach bouncing up and down is a real fucking pain. But yeah, I've been back at the gym for the last like 2 and a bit months and watching my eating and all the rest of that. No progress. I have to go to the doctors because there's something obviously wrong. By this point, I should be getting progress. Previously, when I've done this, I have. There is definitely something going wrong. Okay, next one. Doop-doop-dee. See, the one that I'm wondering about what's going to happen when it comes to like guitars and when stars pass away and all the rest of that is like stuff that's like, here's an instrument that somebody's truly bonded to and like that is their instrument. Specifically Brian May and the Red Special. I dare hazard a guess he's not going to sell it, and he's probably going to donate it to a museum or something similar, because he's an academic as well, so he's probably going to want to access, you know, to various people and such. I think that would be pretty cool, rather than just it being sold to someone who's going to put it in a collection somewhere. See, that's such a boomer joke. God, that's boomer. Oh my God. God bless border. Now, see, my missus and I, we do have to get our shit back sorted and that. She's got PCOS and various things, so. Oh. JCW, Chris Isaac's guitarist. Ah, right. Nice. So he was the dude who did the bloody guitar riff that everyone insists on playing the moment they get near a jazz master or something. But wicked game. somehow managed to lose a cap. Well done. Hey, Chris. Here we go. Oh god, that's disgusting. It's so warm here and it's so humid that I'm sweating down my back, and I just had a bead of sweat going to the top of my ass crack. Oh, god, that's awful. Ugh, do not like. There we go. Worth Electronic, yes. Because I was placing an order in a DigiKey. Seriously, fuck DigiKey. Mauser all the way. Mauser are way better. DigiKey, like, God. Seriously. They take forever to ship stuff, and then when they ship it, it takes forever to get there, so... There you go. Stay. Exactly. I mean, it could also be because I never do this. I don't do it enough. I know, I gotta do more. Sounds like a Strat, not easy to get right. Huh? Ah, yeah. But it's whenever anyone picks up a Jazzmaster, that's like the first song they play on it, just because there's like inevitably an ARM that, so. DigiKey doesn't take credit card there, really? Huh. Well, that's wild. Then again, I suppose it's probably got to do with like payment gateways and stuff. Because you guys have like the, what is it, the, like the, GDRP, GDRK, that thing, that probably something to do with that, so. I don't know. Something. Yeah, no, I definitely prefer Mauser. Their orders are much quicker. Element 14, they're also good. Like, it's easy to get in contact with someone there. There's actually someone, like, their sales reps actually reach out to me, so. Yes, there have been parts that have actually gone up in price. It's already exploding in some of the Facebook groups. It's probably just affecting the Americans, but it's probably going to affect us as well. Because, for example, you get things like some of the like 5-watt resistors and that, they're made in Mexico, and yeah, so the stuff gets shipped to the US. But Mauser is good because Mauser have their Hong Kong distribution center. That's where most of our stuff comes from here. So yeah, check them out. Surf and punk mixed together. I'm always down with that. It's kind of like East Bay Ray. Like he had that whole classic thing where it's like here's a mixture of like surf and punk together and all that. You know, ergo Holiday in Cambodia. It's a holiday in Cambodia. Doobie-doobie-dee. Come here. There we go. Okay. Was 29. Boy, okay, that's not a small amount. So 29, 15, 30, 55. So that's an extra $130. So that's like 5-ish%. 4.5. 4.5 though. There's probably a couple of line items on there that have jumped up significantly. So that'd probably be what it is. Like you've got like a couple of components that have gone up by that 10 to 20%, but then others haven't. Oh boy. Just remember, there are no adults any of these days. Now, Lunar New Year just usually means takes longer for dispatch. That's about it. Bloody hell. You just got a $270 customs charge on an $1,100 CE order. make sure that you contact them and claim whatever you can for import duty and all the rest of that. Because you can usually claim like free trade agreements and all the rest of that on them. Usually when I get stuff from CE, if ever it gets held up and I get done for customs and that, obviously the GST you got to pay, but if there's any other duties and that, you can usually just claim them. Yeah, that's going to be fun. All your boards now, because we haven't been hit for that stuff yet. But yeah, that's going to be a bit hard. As far as being able to make profit goes, when it comes to a CE order, customer's got to pay. Don't forget that, guys. Customer has to pay. It's not our fault the prices are what they are and that we live in Australia. So someone has a, you know, like I had a amp the other day. Had to do a match set of EL84s. Sorry, they're $180 now. That's it. That's the only way that I can make profit and all the rest on that. That is what it is. Customers pay what's there. We can't like subsidize things for them. If they can't afford it, then it's too bad, unfortunately. There's not much we can do. If they can't afford the fixes, then they should go buy something cheap and disposable. No, Marshall won't do anything. They're actually really bad with the social media game. I think incredibly bad. Like 10 years ago, they used to have like some videos and that were okay. Not anymore. They don't really do much. Need to get your business ready for the Great Recession. Yes. Wait, why is that not showing live chat? Why? Should be showing that. It's showing top chat. Okay, let's try it again. Live chat. Pop out chat. Live, thank you. We'll see. Let's try that again. Control V. Okay, so it is fine. Weird. Why is this not showing up? Weird. Yeah, so basically when it comes to anything like that, it's all down to the customer, owner, to pay it. If they don't, too bad. However, if it doesn't get delivered and they've paid via PayPal and they refuse the delivery or they refuse to pay it, they can still do a chargeback against you and a claim. So watch out for that. If they don't want to pay the import charges and it bounces back to you, they can go to PayPal and get a full refund. Yeah, I gotta love customs auctions. Customs, lost and found, all the auctions. That's a good way to get black banned. What do you mean black banned? It's just what people can do. I had someone who did that to me once on Reverb years ago. Unfortunately, the American brain rot of like the customer is always right and must always get everything the way that they want is a very pervasive thing. Gotta go, a million things to do. See you, Terry. Have fun. are you going to stop them from doing business with you again? If they're only buying the one thing anyway, it's not like it's a big loss to them. But they can just easily use a different account. How are you going to, like, you know, manually keep an eye on all of them? Does not work, unfortunately. Ay, 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 ay. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, I forgot to do that one. Come on, brain, let's do the thing right. There we go. Oh, man. Is there a chainsaw in the background? Yes, there is. Or it's concrete saw, one of the two. It's something. So Brad, have you finally changed your trading hours now to now be closed on Mondays and Tuesdays like myself? Join the glorious rank of the Mondays and Tuesdays off crew. Not yet. Not yet. Come on. Get to it already. Like in hospitality. What? What's that got to do with anything? The place is like usually closed on Monday and Tuesday. I thought that was just like here in like Enmore and Newtown. Nothing's open on Mondays and Tuesdays here because everything's all open on the weekend. Yeah, zoom this out a bit more. There we go. That's a bit better. I can actually see the board when I'm doing things. Oh, God. Do. That's done, that's done. What are they cutting up out back there, I wonder? Okay. Don't mind the good old Worth caps. Actually good value for money. A little bit cheaper than the niche cons and that at the same price. Similar price range. They work well enough. And they're red. Red goes faster. Let's do. If you zoom out a little more, you will see on your screen what I see when I have my nose 20 centimeters away from PCB. What? I got it. I'm confused. I'm easily confused. Apparently I'm hungry too. Aging does not do you favors. Correct, it does not. Aging sucks. Not even turning into a cool silver fox. Need to hit the hay. Good night. Thank you muchly for joining, Richard. Take care. Get out of the way, you. Okay. Okay. Isn't this thoroughly exciting? Doing all this work. So, how about NAMM this year, huh? Did anyone see anything interesting on any of the news sites or streams or anything like that coming out of there? Because I certainly did. There was a bunch of stuff there that I'm just like, wow, that's cool. And then a bunch of stuff where I'm like, really? That, okay. Okay. If you insist. There we go. Of course, there was a bunch of random bloody models and all the rest of that were just like, okay, yep, here's another one, here's another product, cool. Some stuff where it was like, okay, yep, that's weird. Who the hell's gonna buy that? Other stuff where it's like, that price is just seriously, what the hell, man? Ugh. And then of course there was Dumble. That's gonna be a fun one. all the tone hogs and tone snobs and cork sniffers and that losing their shit over it. Yeah, Fender had their private zone and all the rest of that. Some companies are kind of getting like that nowadays. Prestige. And the reason why they even returned to NAMM, because they were away for a few years, is because of more control exerted by the Servco Pacific and that, and wanting to show, look, we're here, we're a part of the industry, we're doing this, we're doing that, etc., etc., etc. And that good old the Dumble private little booth thingy with all the old amps there. It's like, cool, these amps are worth a stupid amount of money, but they're actually not worth it. There ain't nothing special about a Dumble. It's just a circuit. Easily copyable. Yeah, you're not good enough for this. Yes, you may look at it, but you may not touch it. You plebeian. No. I remember when NAMM used to be exciting. It used to have cool stuff. Not anymore. It's kind of dull. Okay. Well, even diamonds now, that's not the case. Now you've got the artificial diamonds, and they're trying to create not so much scarcity for them, but like creating a false value in them. Oh, these diamonds are made by this company, therefore they're better. Like, just, people, man. People. Getting caught up in everything. Oh, hello, stomach. Apparently I am hungry. Cool. It's alright. I'm totally going to plan to go to NAMM next year. I'm going to take my camera. I'm going to take a screwdriver. I'm going to go through NAMM, and I'm going to go up to every single booth that has anything there. Be like, man, these products are absolutely wicked. They sound cool, all the rest of that. Can I take it apart? I want to look inside there. I want to see what's going on. Let's see how they're made. I'm going to see how many of them actually let me do it. I can guarantee, like, no one will allow it. But it'll be funny. It'll be good for the lols. But, I might be surprised. Might turn up there and one of the companies go, yeah, cool, take a look inside. Check it out. This is how we made it. They might be actually proud of the product they made. And go, yeah, look, what do you think? Ain't many of those kinds of people out there, but there are some. And they're the best kind. They're the cool people. Look, all I have to do, right, is I just have to make sure that I got an AR-15 style rifle, and all I have to do is just make sure that when I go in and just say, no, this screwdriver is part of the maintenance kit for it. It's all right, maybe I can reach out to LTT and go, hey, I want to go to this trade expo and all the rest of that, and I want to take a screwdriver around and try and like get them to let me open things up. Will you guys like sponsor me? Will you give me a screwdriver? Because why not? I am a king shit stirrer. Exactly, it's an audiophile screwdriver. It's my latest in like tech screwdrivers. There we go. Yeah, but see, Phil McKnight, I gotta say, his conclusions aren't often spot on. Like it's still, he knows some, but there's still stuff that he doesn't, and there's still stuff that he like gets wrong. And because he does still get the stuff from companies and that for like, free or whatever else like that, yeah, it kind of makes he's getting the hand-picked nice ones. So I want to pull apart an amp, I want to pull apart a pedal, look inside there and go, oh yeah, I can get inside there. Oh, I can do that. What does that look like? That's pretty cool. When I finish these pedal designs and that, I'll probably send a couple of them out to various sort of YouTubers and techs and that and go, hey, pull it apart on stream. Criticize me, roast me, go on, do it. And then whatever they say, I'll take it on board and use it for the revision. Oh, God. Oh, you used to work for Jade. Nice. I actually spoke to Lance about them because I stock the GTRS here. And yeah, but I remember he was telling me like the first batch that they got in, and like they sent one to Bergs, and apparently it was absolute shit. Hi. Howdy. Oh. Thank you. You too. Oops, just got a stock delivery. But yeah, apparently, what's he? Apparently, but yeah, apparently, they sent one out to Bergs and that, and he was like, "This thing's a piece of shit. It's absolute junk." And he didn't. That's why he didn't do the video on it. And then it got sent back, and they got like more in, and they sent one to him, and apparently it was much better. The one that I got, the ones that I got here in stock were phenomenal. They were really, really good. Yeah, they had random fretboard radius. One will be 9.5, another 14 on the same model. Yeah, and that's kind of wild because they're CNC. Like CNC, how do you mess up CNC? I mean, Gibson does it all the time, but more of a rhetorical question, I suppose. But yeah, those ones when I started getting them, they were brilliant. And then like the new ones they've got coming out, I've seen them. They're good. Like they're actually like they hit the ground running. I still have a Moa GE 300. That was my gigging touring rig for a while. That was great. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that they picked up their game very quickly. It's kind of like that's why I always loved Tanglewood as well, and National do good stuff with them. There was a batch that had glue that was letting go. The factory didn't put the glue in correctly, and they used the incorrect type. So every single guitar in that batch, the bridge would pop off. We let them know. They took them all back, and apparently Tanglewood severed the contract with that factory because it was such a big fuck up. I like companies that do that. I like companies that go, yep, we messed up, let's get this sorted, and keep things like doing what they do. Like Tanglewood stuff is just amazing. Dude, I had someone with that exact same guitar company, like I told you before, brought in, and the radius was around the wrong way as well. Because I had, when I taught like my very first lot of guitar setup courses, and he brought the guitar in, and I'm like, dude, I can't teach you how to set this thing up. It's impossible. The radius is incorrect. And yeah, these guitars, the radius was flatter towards the nut than it was towards the bridge. But the bridge was still, because it was a two pneumatic, and it was still like a flatter radius. Ah! Like it was so bad. Yep. But the bridge was a 12-inch, the one that I had anyway, was a 12-inch two pneumatic. So the one that I had, if I remember correctly, was like 9.5 by the time it got to the high frets, but the first section was like 14. It was like, dude. Yeah, same. Like some of these guys, man, they just suck. Unfortunately, they can't all be a Charles Cillier. My God, that man makes some amazing guitars. Like, just sweet Jesus. Every single one I've ever played, the ones that I've owned, mwah, just perfection. Do 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 do. Get away, you bastard. Stay. Yeah, I got out of dealing with new products last year. Not worth the headache anymore. Not enough customers to justify it with how quiet things are, and secondhand stuff's easier to sell. So, and I got tired of getting like crap stock from distributors that used to actually be really good. Now that all of these companies are being like merged into mega companies, like what can you do? When like 2 of the largest retailers and 3 of the largest independent distributors all get rolled up into one massive company, you can't compete with that. So I won't. Instead, I will focus on fixing things whilst people don't have money and work on all the other things. Secondhand shit and whatnot. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Come on. There we go. We do kind of live in this like wonderfully messed up, like just the best and worst of both things happening at the same time. Worst as in well-known companies are being swallowed up whole by capitalist firms and destroyed and putting out absolute just hog's wallet products. But best in that there are so many new independent makers and smaller companies that are putting out wonderful stuff, like really, really good quality things that don't break the bank. It's got a used Aria Pro 2 Magna series for €100. Nice. To remind to set up, relegated Ibanez to the Gathering Dust. Aria make great stuff. They still do. They still make guitars. They're also the company that owns Goto. Ah, yes. That video. Classic. On one of my videos, the one that I had one of the videos I did on the Maiden that didn't have the hole routed out for the bridge pickup and how it was a superior guitar. Apparently someone who's also a guitar repairer, I've worked on many Maidens and I've got a half a dozen on the shelf here sitting beside me. I've never seen bridges lifting on them. I'm like, well, you're obviously either lying or no one wants to come to you for those repairs. It's the same thing. It's like, you can't argue with, like, engineering. It is what it is. You route out a portion of the instrument at its weakest point, and guess what? Things are going to go wrong. I actually want to find someone who's not just a CNC whiz, but a CAD whiz, but also someone who can run, like, simulations and models, so we can actually look at what the difference is in tension and all the rest of that between the two versions, whether you have the same top with the bridge pickup and all the rest, with the pickup there with the hole, and then one without the hole. Because you can't argue with data, no matter how much people may try. And people, boy oh boy, do they try and argue with data. There we go. Marked, done. So that's a 330. So that's my 330s. 221. That's 220. 330. Nice little bit of comment drama there. Oh, really? Oh, I'm going to take a look at this. Let's see what's going on here. That one there, we go there. Let's go there. Yes, yes. Why are you not showing me? I'm live, damn you. Okay, there we go. Open up in that, and then you can go over to the app. Go. Open. There we go. Hey, there's no comments there. What comment dramas? You lied. Or was I looking at a different thing? Too many links. Ah, there we go. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, there we go. You do nice work, but nearly everything you post is at the expense of others. It's getting a little too much. Nobody cares. Came to see the first BGG guitar. You mean like the one that was already made? Seriously. People, man, they're like, we wouldn't be negative if things were good. Really, just make good stuff. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Good stuff. Make good stuff, we'd be happy. But no, people want to make junk stuff. When they do, we gotta call it out. Of course, nobody ever listens to like the good stuff that we do and go, "Oh, this is brilliant. This is nice. I like that. That's cool." No, why would anyone ever listen to that? Oh yeah, that one was definitely leaking. Stinged on the screws. Can't believe how much people pay for this shit. Bonk. Okay, now let's get that off. Give a bit of a clean. So this cap actually had a bit of leakage onto the pads. So this one did indeed need a little bit of a clean. Thankfully it hasn't really gone anywhere else. So. Okay. 330 cap. Oh god, this bag feels awful. Ugh. Do not like. There we go. Ta-da. Big chunky cap. There we go. Okay, now this one's a bit of a bastard to try and get in between. How annoying. Alright, y'all gotta look at the back of my head for a sec. There it moves. Sweet. Excellent. What do we got here? 2.2. Little itty bitty teeny tiny. Baby. R2. There we go. Now, let's actually remove the other one. Ooh, yeah, that one's a bit gungy. Right there. Stay. Hey, what's up? Welcome to a wonderfully riveting live stream where I go through and replace a bunch of leaky caps on a old Roland multi-track recorder. We've been discussing all manner of fun topics, including tariffs, venture capital companies eating up various companies, the general state of stuff, and of course how much people dislike us for having opinions. So the usual things. There we go. Just got a order from a abrasive supplier because I needed some new abrasive for my stuff. Fretwork. That's it. My refretting stuff. My brain is so not working today. It's been a very, very long year thus far. Virtues of air conditioning. Yes, not having that is meaning that my brain right now is probably somewhere, is basically being sous vide. Yeah. It's like a real squishy mess up there. I imagine it's really quite tender though. Tariff. Mm-hmm. Yes, the tariffs are a, I mean, what can you say, really? There is an idiot in power, and there is no one at the controls, and there are no adults in the building anymore. Have you come across conductor wire with fiber strands amongst the copper? I mean, usually the only time you see that is like with, brain work. Oh god, I've drawn a blank of what it's called. It's that stupid bloody wire they use for headphones as well. Litz wire. So that's about it, but depends. Yeah, Litz wire. That's about the end, but I don't imagine they're going to be using Litz wire in an auto harp pickup. Maybe they have. And if they have, well, you kind of can't really solder to it, not with like conventional equipment, so. Okay, and I gotta sneeze. Yeah. And again. Oh, sorry guys. If you sell one item, used item, on Reverb to the US, is that going to be tariffed, or if not? This is the problem. Nobody knows. If I sold a product from here to the US, but that product's origin was Mexico, I don't know. Canada, same deal. Like, I don't know. G'dan guitars probably shitting themselves. It's troubling. Nobody knows what's going on, so. Yeah, like literally, just throwing out random numbers and throwing out random things whilst in like, just, Gotta wait and see. All I know is that, for me, business is going to be a little bit fucky because I sell stuff to the US. No one's buying in Australia. Why would they claim it's fentanyl from Canada when less than 1% comes from there? Because it allows them to use specific emergency powers, and that's why they can add those tariffs onto there. Falls under an obscure thing that they use during wartime and similar type things to eliminate threats from America. It doesn't have to be real, they just have to make it up. So. He's trying to bully people into doing what he wants them to do. That's it. Previously, they might have, kowtowed to him, but not anymore. That's not going to happen. I sure hope it doesn't. If any country does, it's going to be a domino effect, and the rest of the world will be screwed as a result of it. The first country to basically kowtow to his tariffs and all the rest of that, and not offer retaliatory or anything else like that, will probably end up either A, being the one that starts the domino effect for everyone else to follow, or B, in a sane world, other nations will turn around and add tariffs on them as well, so that it isolates them from more places. Like, nah, you want to do that and destabilize the world, then it's all a bunch of bullshit, unfortunately. As to what we can do, there is nothing we can do, because this is all as a result of an ancient American electoral system, an ineffective liberal bloody opposition, combined with the fact that that electoral system means that only a few 100,000 votes across a couple of states makes the ultimate choice. I know that Canada has gone and obviously thrown the retaliatory tariffs in place and whatnot. Even premiers across provinces in Canada started doing the same thing. So, for example, British Columbia put an immediate halt and removal on all liquor from American red states. In other words, you ain't getting Jack Daniels in Canada. That's gone bye-bye. I don't know how they're determining red states, because, for example, Kentucky is a state that voted red in the Electoral College. However, they have a blue governor in Andy Beshear, who's quite good. Well, quite good for a lib, but he's better than nothing. He does well for Kentucky, and he's been strong on things like trans issues and that, which is great. So would that state be considered red state or blue state? Has the VS2480 got a working CD-ROM? I had back in 2008-9 the Korg D3200 and regret selling it. This one had the CD drive, which is this PCB here. This is causing problems, so there is something wrong with it. So I swapped out a board from one of the non-CD units, because I've got 3 units here. 2 of them are part salvages, and it looks like this one's just going to be non-PCB. Non-CD, unless this board miraculously works with this board, because it's the second one I'm actually recapping and installing. Bit of a nightmare repair, this one. Sunk in way more time than I'm going to be able to charge for it. But whatever, I've got to do what I can, because business is quiet, and I've just got to bite my tongue and continue on with whatever work I can. Moving to Scotland. I would like things to stabilize here so I can clear out my debt and all the rest of that and move to Japan. That's what I want. Off to Japan. Do that thing has been planned to do for a while. Go over there and then build products to sell overseas. Because I want to actually like design pedals and amps and some other stuff and maybe even some hi-fi things. Have a little thing over there that manufactures them and sells them to around the world, as well as selling, you know, secondhand instruments and stuff online. So come to Indonesia? You in Indonesia? Hmm. Stay. Now I don't think I could do the Southeast Asia thing. I could survive in the heat and humidity, but the missus would die in 2 seconds. She can't stand the heat as it is now. I actually wouldn't mind going over to Indonesia and checking out some of the manufacturing facilities over there, actually. That, and I want to find somewhere that bloody does a proper rawon buntut. There was an Indonesian eatery here in Sydney that I used to go to almost 20 years ago. It was brilliant. It was in Haymarket, on the very far edge of Chinatown, near the Novotel. And then they closed down, and I have not been able to find anywhere that does it. Like the proper Javanese, like black soup with the oxtail. Oh, it was so good. Can't find it. I've tried a couple of instant mixes, and it's kind of okay, but it's not the same. It's not quite there. Work for Seriatone. Nah. See, I wouldn't mind doing like something like Seriatone, but actually do it like the next level up. So like here's like homemade boutique amp. Like here we go, in Japan, Japanese transformers, all the rest of that, do all those kinds of things. Make it something a bit nicer, That'd be cool. Cap. Oh yes, I told you, man. Seriously, Bhutan is amazing. Oh, of course, when we go back there in March and April, if I don't take the missus for Bhutan, she's going to kill me. So we'll have to do it while we're in Tokyo because we're not going up north this time. We're going down out west, and they don't really do Bhutan out there. But there is in Tokyo a couple of the Sendai chains down there. I actually made mugi gohan last night with dinner. So that's barley rice. It's good stuff. Bit of barley, throw the rice, throw it in the cooker, let it do its thing. It's good. Adds a bit of texture, a bit of flavour. And apparently it's a bit better for processing as well because it helps with like some of the starch breakdowns and all the rest of that and how your body does it. All black plastic. Okay, so those are 110. I got this one down here. Made Korean for dinner last night. Did like the spicy pork belly with like spicy pork belly, like stir fry type thingy. So it's like a lot of gochujang and gochugaru, some onion, a bit of sesame oils, a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of sugar, onions, garlic, a little bit of ginger. Simple, easy. Throw it all together. And then we actually popped down to Strathfield because obviously here in Sydney, Strathfield is like little Korea. Went to one of the Korean grocers there, and all they sell is like pre-made side dishes. So you buy like a buy like the box of side dishes and that, and you have them that way, because like Korean food and that, you'll have like a bunch of little side dishes. I only grabbed 2, but they were pretty good. One of them was like a eggplant side dish, so it was like kind of not so much pickled eggplant, but something kind of like that, prepared eggplant, which is quite nice. And then the other one was mung bean and sweet potato noodles, like glass noodles, together with a bit of chili and kimchi. And Scotland, yes. I actually do want to go visit Scotland at some point. Mrs. wants to go there as well, so we may as well check it up. Speaker Hospital hacked up one of your cabinets. Oh shit, stripped and snapped the screws, cut the back with what looks like a jigsaw. Customer took it there for snakeskin Tolex. Oh man, how do you mess up, like, doing something simple like a Tolex job? I mean, your cabinets as well have the Duratex paint on there, so would they just try putting it over the top of that, or what are they trying to do? You gotta send me photos later, man. I gotta see this. Yeah, Ollie will show us around, exactly. You two can just, like, you know, drink your scotch and all the rest of that, and I'll just have a beer. Just make sure I walk away without a Glasgow smile. 100. Oh, built Tolex custom one, right? Send me pics. I want to see this shit. But I'm glad we're now at the point where we don't give a fuck about who we name, about who does shit work and all the rest of that. Who cares? They do shit work. They're going to damage things, whatever. I am not infallible. I have done some work previously that has come back to me after like periods of time, and I look and I go, man, that was not my best work. Okay, and then I'll sort it out for either next to nothing, or at a heavily discounted price. But I've never like hacked up something. I've never like completely destroyed something. Yeah, you two get together, man. Holy shit, you're just gonna go through like all the bloody scotch in at least a like 20-meter radius. Massive screws, no pilot holes. Impact. Oh, yay. What were they actually doing though? Like, what did they need to do to actually like put so many screws in and change them? What were they doing? That makes no sense. None at all. Wait, why is there 2 powered up? That should be off. Random. 220. This is the last time I'm going to do any of these bloody VS2480s. I've done a few of them before, and they're just not worth the headache. And fullback customers great closing compared to 2/3 back 1/3. Oh my god, seriously? It ain't that hard to do, man. What a bunch of knobs. Okay. I gotta say, doing this work now with an actual chair instead of just standing up and being hunched over is so much easier, so much less pain. Well, if he changed his mind later on and he wanted it done that way anyway, why wouldn't he just come back to you? Why would he go to them? Like, that's what I don't get. Did you piss him off? Okay. There's those. Right. Didn't realize getting a cabinet converted to 3/4 back was something that people really needed to rush on. I think I need a coffee and a snack. Getting a wee bit peckish. Ugh, yeah, people's mentality about, it's got to be now and shipped out and express and blah, 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 instant gratification. Nah, man. Although it is a bit different. Like, I ordered some emery cloth and some sanding belt cleaner stick from a place, like, almost 2 weeks ago, and it just got delivered today. It took them a week to ship it out the door. Seriously. Doesn't take that long to bloody ship something out, Bastards. Wait a sec. What has that got to say? Junk. Yes, don't care. Ugh. Just got a message from a customer that an amp that he picked up like over a week ago, one of the tubes was microphonic and dodgy and all the rest of that, and the others weren't like really great. And now he said, "Oh, can I come pick them up?" It's like, I tossed them, dude. They're gone. They're in the bin. They are long gone. And I don't make a habit of giving back bad parts to customers anyway. No. Right. No, yes. That's junk. Right. What do you think is the best copy of Roland RE201? Yeah, anything really. They all work fine. Thing is, most people don't even use the multi-tap functionalities on them. They just want a straight delay. Anything that's got a half-decent tape delay emulation on there is going to work fine. I've actually got 2 RE201s here in the shop for sale. Market for them really just dried up. Probably because people don't have much money to spend on like $3,000 delay units at the moment. Which kind of sucks. I'm going to put this cap on. I'm going to step away for a sec, make a coffee, grab a banana, and just have a quick bite. Quick bite and a quick chat. Why not? So one is $3,000 and one is $1,800. So $3,000 one is like, you know, schmick condition, refurbed, all that kind of jazz, all the nice candy and such from EchoFix, and then the other one is $1,800. It is definitely a player's grade guitar delay unit, so it's been given a once over and serviced and that, and the important stuff changed. But it has like tears in the Tolex. It's discolored because it it's come from Japan and it's very highly soaked in nicotine. So the front panel is discolored and yellow and stuff, as is often the case. Cool. Okay. Oh my god. I'm alive. Yeah, it does solid stuff. I've never actually seen one of his units like physically up close. It'd be interesting to pull them apart and take a look inside there. That's exactly how much they work. So, yes, Japanese cigarettes. But hey, to some people, you know, who are complete and utter weebs, like, oh my god, Japanese cigarettes are the best ones. They give you the real tone. Oh my god, up I get. Okay. Now, hold that thought. I shall be back in a moment. Wow. Whew, there we go. Much better. Oh. There we go. Man, that image is really actually quite grainy. I'm gonna set up probably a secondary camera for that kind of thing, but nobody actually really cares, so slide back from the desk so I don't get anything anyway. Intermission. Feel like you're in a different floor. Boomer joke number 2. Yes. Traveling up and down, all that kind of jazz. Actually, I don't like to look at that. I'm going to change over to the other one because I haven't done the Lotsy. There we go. That's better. Can deal with the sound of me eating while I chat. Got some nice cigarillos in Japan. However, they were Cuban. Yeah, Japan doesn't really have that much of a like domestic market for that kind of stuff. They're still going to be like imports. So you're not going to get like a Japanese like boutiques as a cigarillo. I mean, you probably will in like some place. Like you go to like somewhere around Shinjuku or something. There's going to be like a little cigar bar, and it's like, yeah, we hand roll our own cigars and everything here and all that kind of jazz. So. See, that's what I like about the shop here is I can go off to the gym and do all that and come here. I've got a shower out back. Works well. When my mate used to rent this shop, where all my repair stuff was, this used to be where she'd store stock and that. But she also had like a loft bed and everything here as well. And so when she did stuff or hung out, went and did things, she was out late, she'd just crash here out the back. Yeah, cheap tobacco, man. I hate cat cafes. I hate animal cafes because they're exploitative to the poor animals. However, there is one that I know of that I can wholeheartedly recommend. Most all of them are absolute trash. Like the ones like hedgehog cafes and that, terrible. Not good for the animals. They shouldn't be there. Owl cafes, nah, man. That's just wrong. But there is a lady, she's absolutely lovely. We go over there and see her every time that we go over. And she runs a cat cafe. It's not really a cafe. It's more like you go in there. She has some like cold drinks and that available for sale, but it's not like a cafe where you go in there and you get like coffee and stuff. But what it is her whole thing is she rescues cats and that. So she rescues them, and the money that she gets from the cat cafe and that pays for her living expenses and whatnot. But in there's also like just a bunch of old cats and ones that have been rescued from various places, and even like some from Fukushima and that. And yeah, she looks after them and finds homes for them and that. Really, really lovely lady. Really lovely place. Like, it's definitely worth it. You pay like your 1,000 yen to go in there for an hour, and then you can like pay more to stay longer. And there's like cat toys there that you can play with. You can buy like some treats and that to give them. And yeah, it's just fun to like chill out, pat the cats. Some of them are like absolutely adorable, like coming over and playing. It's great. But the ones where you go in there and it's like, a bunch of designer cats and things, and then they got like, food and drink and that, they're not a fan of that. Why not have a treadmill in the bathtub? Pfft, please. Gotta get your Sigma grind set on. What you need to do is you need to be in the shower lifting weights and taking a shit at the same time. That's how you save your time. That's how you get ahead. That's the Sigma grind set. Oh, bought a comfy blanket to use whilst I'm at the computer. Neatly folded in said chair. My cat revoked my blanket and chair privileges. Yeah, we have 2 cats at home. A black one and a white one. And Yeah, like the black one will go up when my missus on her computer because she's a gamer, and she will basically like lay straight across my missus' arms, like on her computer. So in between where the keyboard and my missus is, she like lays across that point there. That's her spot. And then when we're on the couch or whatnot, the white cat, who's an anxiety-ridden white fluff ball, likes to come up and sit on my lap and just like chill there. Which for a cat that was on death row when we got him from the pound is pretty good because he's like just pure anxiety. Damn, these things are good. Sour cream and chive rice thins from Aldi. Good old Aldi. How many more have I got left to do on this board? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more. 12 to go. No, ours, so we were living in Campbelltown for a number of years. And yeah, about 8 years ago or so, just coming up to Christmas and that, my missus' birthday is a couple of days before Christmas. And she wanted a cat and all the rest of that. So I took her down to the animal protection facility, animal control facility, I should say, in Campbelltown. And we went in there and we were looking at cats. And there was a litter of kittens that were just brought in. And there was this one black one. And it was like, she's adorable. And so we picked her up and I just held her and she just didn't move from my arms. She just like, my arms are like this. She was just like laying there. Hi. And she was the one, so we took her away. And we thought she was actually going to die because we took her home and her mouth was all swollen. And she was drooling, she wasn't eating. And then she like, in her little box, because the missus had her on her desk, and she had a box beside her computer, and she actually peed all in it. Like, okay, something's not right. We took her to a vet, and they did a test. She's like, oh, she's blind. Something's going wrong. It's best to put her down. I was like, no, we want a second opinion. We took her to another vet, and they checked her, and she's like, yeah, she's got ulcerated mouth and that. She's in pain. That's why she's not responding. She's just in a lot of pain. Gave some gabapentin and that, and that's when we also found that on her left paws only, there was ulceration between the claws. It was probably a cleaning solution that was used that wasn't diluted correctly, and they were put in too soon. So she's gotten some on her lips and licked it, and it's caused that, and a lot of pain. It just got worse. So a bunch of painkillers, all the rest of that. She was fine. She came through it, and now she's attached to my missus at the hip, and just a big sook with a lot of personality. And then the white one, we were wasn't even planning on getting another cat, but this was about 4 years ago. There was an ad that went up in one of the local Campbelltown groups on Facebook about this cat that was up for adoption, fee reduced and that because he's due to be put down soon. And it was a picture of the most forlorn looking little scraggly white thing. And they thought he was 18 months old. And so we went there and we met him and he was just really, really like chilled. Like he didn't like scurry into the back of the cage or anything. He just like didn't move. And we put our hand in and patted him and he was like, okay. And the missus fell in love with him immediately. So we took him home and that. And his adoption fee was reduced to $85. Turned out he was only 6 months old. He was just that disheveled looking, and he might actually be a Turkish Angora because he's so like soft and fluffy and all that jazz. But he's had massive anxiety ever since he was a kitten. So here's a noise. He'll run. It took us weeks for him to get out of her. To get out of his like little hidey hole because we got him a little like scratching box thing and all the rest of that. Put his food. He was in the spare bedroom upstairs, And he used to kind of come out, and then eventually he started coming out and like sniffing us, checking us out, wanted pats and that. Introduced him to the other cat, they got along, and yeah, and then finally he started exploring the house and doing things. Still hates it when people are around. He runs away. He just, yeah, he's very, very anxious. But then randomly one day, because he loves pats. He always wants pats. He purrs nonstop. One day, I was sitting on the couch and he just comes up and he just plonks right on my lap. And that's now his thing. He now just decided that he's a lap cat, but only at a certain time at night and only on his own terms. The rest of the time, he still hides away. He still hides constantly. He's still very much an anxious cat. So, but he's adorable. And I got my old mini pin, Ava, who's on her last leg. She's probably not much longer for this world, but 14 going on 15 years for a miniature pinscher. That's insane. That is like so old. Michelle has a heart set on a schnauzer this year. Yeah, make sure you train them well. They can be a bit of a headache if they don't. You've got to really get their energy down. Name it Ludwig. Buy a good vacuum cleaner. Ha! I have more than one actually, because many, many years ago I used to work for a retailer that sold specifically just vacuums, namely Godfrey's. And yeah, it was, I've always, it's always one of these things. I'll buy a nice appliance, and I got vacuums at Godfrey's for free because we used to do trade-ins, and so people would trade in like perfectly fine, like 2-year-old vacuums for something else. And so I got 2 of the same model, Miele, power head, all that kind of jazz. And yeah, I've had them now for 15 years. They're still kicking on. I can still get parts for them. Brilliant. I adopted a cat which was trapped in a fire in a pub. Whoa. It took over years to be okay, so you can understand. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's trauma. It's the same as like people as well. You spend your time. Oh, please. I'm a top, not a bottom, thank you. Yeah, snacks are always good. Wow, it's 11:15. My God. How the day has flown. CTAS rule? Oh, CATS rule, yes. ESQ1? What about the ESQ ones? I had an ESQ1 for sale recently. Yeah. Dyslexic Typewriter, the hottest indie band coming soon to a record store near you. Oh, did I sell it? Yes. Sold it ages ago. That was a Japanese one too. Oh, I got itchy. Banana. I still got a Ensonic EPS 16 Plus for sale though. Ensonic stuff's kind of cool. All right. Cool Gex 3, yep, still here. Basically, the market has just completely crashed. No one is buying anything. I do have a stack of other cool stuff here, though, because I had a guy called Olev Muska come in, and he brought his old touring/recording rig in. which was one of the most esoteric, weird setups I've ever seen, but he had multiples of some really cool stuff. For example, he had in the collection two MS-10s, a Roland 104 sequencer from the System 100, an Acetone FR15 rhythm machine, which is one of the first programmable rhythm machines from Japan. What else was there? Korg VC10 vocoder. That thing's cool. Some other rack stuff and things. But then in amongst it, he has 4 of the rarest Roland analog synths, the CMU-810. The CMU-810 was designed as a module to pair up with the CMU-800, which was designed to go in tandem with computer sequencing, like the Apple II and the Commodore 64 and similar stuff from back in those days. And he had 4 of them. He used to use that stuff to actually like gig and tour with and record with. So he's like they're all like marked like with their letters like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, and he used to do that and run it all live. And the guy invented Estonian techno folk music. Wild. But you can actually find him on YouTube and whatnot. And on the cover of his 7-inch, 7-inch. Where is it? There we go. Oh, there we go. Itchy. There we go. Share. Copy. And paste. Go. So the link that I've just shared there in chat is his EP, his 7-inch. And that VC10 that's on the cover is the one that is on the is in the front of the shop right now in the window. I've sold some of the stuff so far. So there was what sold? The System 100 sequencer that sold. And there was one other thing that sold. What was it? It was something. One of the small things. Oh, God, I can't remember. God, now it's going to drive me insane. What was it that sold? It sold for like $350. It wasn't anything crazy. Ah, that's right. An Akai SG01V sound module. So it's like a little preset Rompler, like half rack module. Where was I? What was I doing? Pulling stuff out, that's right. Got any more 220s to pull out, or is it just those 3? 100, 100, 100. Yep, the rest are all 100s. Cool. There we go. But yeah, there's Olive Muska guy. He's an Aussie. Yeah, Estonian parents, I assume, but yeah, he's an Aussie guy, and he's invented Estonian techno folk music, which I'm like, right on. Yeah, the SG01V is like, it's one of those like kind of cool units. It sounds cool, and for like $350 or whatever it was for sale, it's solid. And you can get some decent sounds while you're out and about live, just as like a secondary thing if you're sequencing or something. Coffee, 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 coffee. Okay. There's blues. Oy, 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 oy. stay up. That's good. Get rid of the random bits of plastic. Dyslexic walks into bra. Yep. A priest, a mufti, and a rabbit walk into a bar. The rabbit says, "Sorry, I think I might be a typo." I have coffee in hand. Yeah. Man, some of the stuff people can do with like C64s and like the demo scene and all the rest of that is insane. But no, he used to do it with like sequences and stuff, software back then, but also like tracker software. Man, kids these days, like with the poly-N trackers and that, getting into like the old school way of doing it, using like hexadecimal and shit. It's pretty crazy. Man walks into a bar. It hurts. Yep. Just finished making an alembic copy with no pots. Really? An alembic with no pots? My God, that's sacrilege. You need to have at least 15 pots on there. Minimum. See, if you want to do it real crazy, make an alembic with no pickups. No pots, no pickups, nothing. It's just a slab of wood. Just the raw sound of the wood, nothing else. Yeah, getting in between those two standoffs without melting them. Ah. Do. Super Tracker 2 as a kid, nice. Anyone have a guess what's wrong with my Tweed Bandmaster? Very wimpy and low volume until nearly 10 on the dial. All comes alive at the extreme reach of the volume pots. That tells us absolutely nothing. Not a single thing whatsoever. That could be literally anything. Measure voltages, check things, make sure that there's voltages where there should be and not voltages where there should not be. Once you've measured those, come back to us. Without that information, that symptom could be anything as wild as a bad pot, a bad solder joint on the pot, a bad solder joint on the board, leaky DC on the board, could be as a result of a cap that's gone bad, could be as a result of a tube that's gone bad, could be your bias has gone bad, could be anything. Like, there are just so many things. All right. Next one. I need to do a video series on the basics of troubleshooting. It won't change anything. Every second post in half of the Facebook groups that out there will still be, my amp's not making a sound. What do you think the problem could be? It's like, okay, cool. I don't know. Let me grab my crystal ball. When it comes to any electronics repairs, rule number 1, test thy voltages. Once you know your voltages, then you can sort of see whether at least there's anything going specifically wrong with a component doing stuff where it shouldn't. Fast Tracker 2, nice. See, I didn't get into music until I was about 12. Wasn't my kind of thing. I was like a super nerdy, like, obviously now, super autistic kid who, wasn't into any of that kind of stuff. I had no interest in pop music or anything else like that. I was a science nerd, and I was very, very, very poor. So I didn't get into any of that. But then when I got into music and whatnot, it was very much analog because I couldn't afford no damn computer. I did my year 10 assignments at school on a word processing typewriter that we got secondhand from Cash Converters for $50 in 2001. I was using a 20-year-old piece of tech then. 20? Maybe about 15, something like that. Facebook questions, usually the first result. No, not anymore on Google, because Google has been destroyed by Prabhagar Ragathan and all the rest of that. Check out, if you don't already, the podcast Better Offline by Ed Zitron. It is well worth it, and it will make your blood boil, because Google went from being like a technological marvel to now being something so utterly broken to be unusable. There is also a search engine that is basically like Google used to be a decade ago. I've forgotten what it's called, but the thing about it is it's actually paid. Like, you pay for it, you pay for it and you get a certain number of credits for searches, but it fucking works properly. And I am okay with that because of how often Google and that gets used and how much we search. And it's better than having to be forced through multiple pages of like results and stuff of things that aren't what you're after, that just get botted up by SEO results. You remember the whole thing, the joke was like, oh, you've come to the second page of Google search, you must be desperate. No, now to find what you need to, it's like on the third page, fourth page, if you're lucky. Oh, itchy. If only retro games would bring back the Atari ST 1040 with MIDI capabilities with USB and had a deal in place. Why? Just run it on a virtual machine. Easy. No one needs the hardware. You can literally run all that software on a virtual Atari ST in box. Easy. It's going to be a lot easier to do it that way and run that software and use modern drivers and modern USB setups and that. So. And yes, in shitification, the good old Cory Doctorow. There is an episode of Better Offline where, Factually with Adam Conover, where he discusses with Cory Doctorow in shitification. It's quite illuminating. Really, really worthwhile. Adam is great at what he does. Cory is great at what he does. There was also a episode of Better Offline with the title The Streisand Effect, because the guy who coined the term, the Streisand Effect, is also the guy who came up with the concept for the AT protocol, which is what Blue Sky is actually based on. And that episode is really worth taking a listen to, because it goes through how Blue Sky is less likely to be shitified or taken over and controlled by a single billionaire or company, because of the fact that it's a open protocol which is interoperable with other sites that are on the same protocol. Anyone can make a version to plug into that network. It's great. Oh, the AI results, seriously. I'm starting to see it now with customers coming in going, I bought this part for my guitar and it doesn't fit. It's not the right one. I did the Google search and the first thing was the AI result, and yeah, it was completely fucking wrong. Good old MB150. I like them. Yeah. 5E3. I actually worked on a 57 custom the other day. Fender's new version of the 5E3. Yeah, I actually worked on one the other day for Murray, the Red Wiggle. Got a video on that. I got to finish editing, actually. He's a cool dude. He's just so chill. He's a complete gearhead. He loves it. He loves gear. He loves buying stuff. He loves playing music, and he obviously never has to work again. Because interesting fact, most people don't know. For many, many years, including like in the 2010s, the Wiggles had higher revenue than AC/DC. AC/DC pipped them once or twice, but generally speaking, it's been the Wiggles. Australia's most successful musical act, like in terms of revenue. They make so much money. Like, it's insane. And there's a guy by the name of Billy Cross. Billy Cross was a promoter and a very, very smart businessman who went out there, found a bunch of dudes and said, hey, how about you guys learn how to dance and do all that kind of stuff? Because they were all like fit in that. Let's get you like really fit and oiled up. And let's put you on stage in front of women. And they became Manpower, aka Thunder from Down Under. And he made so much money out of calendars and similar type things. And he set up his publishing company. Another thing that he did as well was he got the Wiggles, the licensing rights for Wiggles for that kind of merchandise. Holy shit, he made bank off of the Wiggles. So on one side, selling polished up, oiled men to a bunch of ladies and dudes. On the other hand, the Wiggles. Like, that's just brilliant. Subscription services are shite. Yes, they are. Let's see, what is it? My suggestion is because the paid-for software, as has been seen with Adobe Photoshop, is not the way forward, in my opinion. Yes, software as a service can go suck a fuck. Problem is, it is the way things are going because it's more profitable for companies. They don't like selling you something that you can buy and own outright. They prefer to sell you something that you have to keep buying and paying for. BMW's heated seat subscription, anyone? Yeah. Seriously, we are getting to a point where it is like something out of a goddamn Judge Dredd movie or like the worst, like ham-fisted, like cyberpunk analogies of the future. It really is bad. I gave up on social media, even Blue Sky. Why? Blue Sky's good. Yes, deleting one's account at at the Nazi port is a good idea. I am about to delete all my account. I'm just downloading everything from there and deleting all of my old tweets and everything. It takes ages to do because it ain't worth it anymore. It's just, no. So I'm over on Blue Sky because it's good. I can see who I want and what I want. I can interact with people. And it is good because otherwise I'm a very lonely person because I don't have many people I can see physically in person. I don't have many people who contact me or reach out to me and whatnot. I'm a difficult person to deal with. But yeah, Blue Sky is really quite good for that. And I can see interesting stuff. And I've been able to watch the downfall of the American Empire in real time. It's been fun. I mean, not fun. It's one of those things where you either have to laugh or you will cry. I haven't seen Black Mirror, but I have heard some alright things about it. Ooh, one thing I am very excited about though. I am unusually excited about this. Most people think it's weird, but I am a big fan of like Z-grade movies and stuff like that. I grew up on a diet of things like The Toxic Avenger and Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD, Class of Nukem High, all the Trauma classics, and then all the other weird independent stuff, MST3K, etc., etc., etc. There was not a reboot, but like a redo of The Toxic Avenger recently that has Peter Dinklage and Elijah Wood in it. And it was shot and done. It's all been ready for release, but there was like issues with getting a distributor. And so it sat in hell, and people have seen it and gone, it's amazing. And they finally secured distribution, so it'll be coming out towards the end of the year, and I am going to be there for that shit. because it's going to be awesome, it's going to be hilarious, and it's a little bit timely because the theme of the movie actually revolves around a staff member who's unwell and all the rest of that, and his boss refuses to pay for the health insurance that he requires in order to keep operating and living. So kind of a bit timely given the whole thing that happened with St. Luigi. No, we don't need a Behringer of musical software. We don't. We just need companies that make good stuff to sell it and keep going. Reaper is phenomenal. I love Reaper and I love everything about it. I love the fact that even if you don't pay for it, you can still use it and it just gives that box in the front that pops up. You buy it and you get 3 full versions of it, updates. Once you get to the end of those 3, you still own the software, but you just don't get the upgrades. But you can purchase another license to extend it, and it's at a discount rate. I had a friend of mine who started Reaper 2.0 and bought a new license for Reaper 6. It's amazing. Like, they are so damn good. I know people who still use CS6 because it works for them. It does what it does. You know, yeah, there are new features and things that come out, but a lot of the stuff isn't really like huge for what people need. Acid, old school. But you know the real makers are the ones out there with the cracked version of Fruity Loops 4. They did give us Winamp. That's what's great. And then Winamp was supposed to have come back, but it never ended up coming back. Don't give up on people. People suck. Most people really do. But on Blue Sky, there's some cool stuff, and you can customize your feed. Do that. Just make it positive, good stuff. That's what I do. I have a feed that's just about cats because they're adorable. And then I have another feed that's all the people I know in Japan, and I can see what's going on there. And then I've got another feed that are just like my political things that I follow, because sometimes I need to torture myself, and I just can't get the same effect flagellating myself with like nails on the end of like leather bits as I can with watching American politics. Where was I? That's right, this one. Good. I'm a man of many opinions, very loud ones. Very, very loud. Oh, I've been introducing my missus to Red Dwarf over the last like 2 weeks or so, and she's loving it. I'm like, yes, finally! Now I have someone who I could like recite random lines to again. Whenever anyone says anything really, really stupid, my first response is to go, that sounds like a great plan, but it's got 2 slight problems. 1, the first point, and 2, say the first point over again. I just felt it needed re-embellishing because of how incredibly stupid it was. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. So the thing is with like social media, right? Yes, mobs suck and all the rest of that. We're social creatures, we're human, we tend to follow along with what the herd says. That's nature, we always have. Otherwise, how else would we have ended up like burning a bunch of women at the stake for being witches? That's what you did. It sucks, it's not good. However, a lot of social media and the pylons and all the rest, that was because the information was fed up to us algorithmically. Those who controlled that, those who found the information to get out there. On something that's more like federated or decentralized, like Blue Sky, there is a lot less of that. We more gravitate towards those we're already aligned with, not those who might necessarily have something that might pull us closer towards their side of things. That's why, you know, the classic Facebook boomer brain rot of people like thinking Killary, blah, 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 InfoWars, David Avocado, Fraudicado, Wolf, and all those kinds of weirdos. All of that. That's from what the algorithm feeds up. You see enough of it and you start to believe it. You don't quite get the same thing on Blue Sky. You get more of what you see. Especially if, like, for me, I jumped on there and the first thing I did was download a block list. I don't see any of the shitheads on there. I didn't have to deal with any of them. I didn't have to worry about dumb shit. It's great. It is amazing. I get to live in my little echo chamber. And I like my echo chamber because I'm not interested in hearing from the worst people in the world. Okay, yeah, there are some like counterpoints and all the rest of that, but I can also find counterpoints with centrists. I don't give a damn what some random conservative has to say because I already know that you cannot convince me of anything. There's nothing of merit in there. There's nothing in merit to someone saying, oh, you know, this is all fine and dandy, but I believe corporations should pay zero tax. Or I believe that, you know, we shouldn't be providing like free school meals to people. None of that stuff. No thanks. Oh. Well, with a lot of that software, like with Magix, a lot of them, they end up like abandonware. And that's a legal grey area. Like, you use it, and technically it's illegal, but who's going to enforce it unless it's Nintendo? And they're real bad with that. Like, old abandoned games and things like that, nah, you can't do shit with it. They want it dead. And they kind of legally can because they own the copyright to it. But there are archives online of so much cool abandonware. People just keep using because it's interesting. Well, with a lot of that old software as well, if it's like XP and older, just load up a virtual machine. You don't even need the hardware. Virtual machine inside of your box, and it's going to work pretty damn well. There it is. Lose my head if it wasn't so perfectly screwed on. There we go. Ew, that one leaked a bit. It's unpleasant. At least with this board, it doesn't smell like cat piss. No. You do, like, I was doing the Ensoniq DP4 Plus the other day, and oh my god, every single pad just smelled like cat piss because there was so much electrolyte. It was bleh, awful. It was like visiting my ex's mother's place. Oh, God. Terrible. Bloody awful. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, exactly, and that's with abandonware. That's the whole thing. It's like that's what I was saying. Like with Nintendo, prime example. You know, they got plenty of games that they won't do anything with. They've got no intention of releasing them or anything like that. So people had ROM sites up, and nope, they went full legal on them. One dude is like paying off like many millions of dollars in legal settlements and that for the rest of his life. Oh dear. I am so bummed. We were trying to get tickets for the Nintendo Museum for when we go over there in March and April. And we didn't win the lotto to get in them. Because that museum looks sick. Looks so fun. Don't know if we'll go to Universal Studios again this time though. Because there's the new Donkey Kong Land that's there. See how we go. Okay. Sweet. Home stretch, gentlemen. Linux. I have a mixture of computers. Right now, this stream is coming from my Mac, and down at my feet is a PC I've got to finish doing for the workshop here. That'll be all my streaming stuff. The shop is run on a Mac, and yeah, I've got like another PC at home, which is the server that we use for media. There we go. There we go. Yes. I remember the days, back in the days of downing buddy, cracks and warriors and all that kind of fun stuff. I actually had to return to the high seas recently because of the fact that I couldn't stand the fact that these streaming services were getting worse and worse, more expensive. They started shoving ads and everything, and the stuff I wanted to watch was across like 10 different services. I'm like, nah, forget it. I paid for enough years, don't care. You keep cancelling all the good stuff, you give it like 1 or 2 seasons, then end it on a cliffhanger. Alrighty. Oh, it is horrendously warm in here. Like, there is 0 air movement right now. It is, it's probably only like mid-20s or something maybe. High 20s. What is the temperature right now? Yeah, it's only 28. But damn, it feels so much hotter. Oh wow, reason. Old school. Oh, wood, yeah. Oh my. That's not good. Jesus Christ. Whew. Oh no. Wow, okay, I just decided to take a look at the stocks and portfolios and stuff, and the dollar. Christ. Wow. Okay, so you can like see there. That's the Aussie dollar. No. That's awful. And it's already 1.5% down today. Oh god. That's not great. Against the yen too. Man, it really just did destabilize everything. My missus' portfolio is mostly Apple stocks because she gets cheap things there, cheap stocks. Wow. Okay. All the gains over the last while have just been wiped out. Christ. It's all right. Hodl, 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 hodl. Sichuan chicken wing night tonight. Michelle's back at nipple. Nice. See, I like Sichuan style stuff, but I tell you what I don't like. I'm actually not huge on Sichuan pepper. Just not major on it. Not big. Not big on the numbing thing. But then again, I used to smoke clove cigarettes like a true little goth poser that I was, so maybe I didn't mind it. I just didn't like the Sichuan style. Okay. 3 to go. Dude, it is just... It's a slap fight down at the brain injury ward. And it's only because this one... Oh, seriously. He's smearing shit all over the walls. And everyone's just trying to clean it up as best they can. It's bad. It's very bad. So, God only knows what's going to be happening. You ever tried long pepper before? Long pepper's kind of cool. It's interesting. Remember the first time I had like Sichuan style noodles? I was like, why the fuck is my mouth going numb? What the hell? And then I like quickly Googled it on my phone and I'm like, oh, that's normal. Okay. Yeah. I'm a big fan of like northern Chinese style food and various things. Like there's a place we go to in the city that's really quite good. They do like a lamb noodle. Oh, good stuff. To MG above 50. Huh? What does that mean? I don't get it. I don't get it, boss. Hey, you bastard. There we go. 48. What? Oh. Age guessing. Right, there we go. I'm like a baby in amongst all this. Ah, buttock. Neat. My philosophical test, is it good for cats? No. It's actually going to be quite bad. For example, in my instance, I am freaking out because our special cat food that we have to get for the white cat comes from the US because it's Hill's Science Diet. And I was like, oh, great. So then some of the ingredients come from Mexico and some from Canada. And oh, shit. Great. Nah, didn't think I was going in anaphylactic shock. I was just like, this is weird. Did they like forget to, is there like some cleaning chemical or something in here? What's going on? It was an odd feeling for the first time. Explaining age. Right, gotcha. I am a baby comparative to the people watching, apparently. All of 38. But fuck, I feel like a 60-year-old. Last one. Six floppies for DOS. Nice. See, the only reason I know all of like the old computer terminology and stuff is because I was poor as shit. When I was a kid, we got given a hand-me-down computer from a family friend. An IBM XT. This was in 1994. So it was well long in the hat there. It had CGA graphics and everything. Had a copy of Wheel of Fortune, the game for it, and some others. So I learned how to do all that, how to run DOS, how to do various things there. It had no hard drive, of course. It was just two floppy drives. It had two 5 1/4 drives. But I managed to find a cheap second-hand 3 1/2 inch drive. Ooh. So I could access some other things, because I got given some other games and software and stuff on there. So I learned how to use that, and then eventually we got given a Commodore 64 by a friend of the family in around like 95. That came, I had the printer, I had stacks of like games and software on floppy, on cassette, and yes, I had to learn how to do all that kind of stuff. My first PC dabbled on DOS on a friend's computer. Could not afford one at the time. Yep. 30-year-old sounds gamey. I know 30-year-old sounds underexperienced in my opinion and experience, but such life. I learnt a lot about PCs and that when I was in primary school, because that was when those programs were starting to actually roll out. So my school in Sydney, Parramatta West Public School, the school I was at that time, was one of the first in New South Wales to actually get like a computer in every classroom. And I was always fascinated by computers. By that point, my mother had, because she was working at Citibank and that, and I was living between her and my grandmother, got a PC, Pentium 133 MMX, yeah, baby. And so I learned that and explored on that stuff and got a bit of exposure to the internet. And then when the computers were in the classes and that, I was actually the student who had to set it up for them and show them how it was done and actually like help the other kids learn it. And that's kind of how I did. I learned all of that kind of stuff. So I learned how to use Windows 95. 3.1 was still on the computers in the computer lab, because we had a computer lab and we actually had touch typing class and that. sucks that kids these days don't get those kinds of classes. They need them. Because, dear Lord, they're all technologically illiterate. They know how to use phones, they know how to use that kind of tech, but like the joke is, you ask them to, what's a file system, and they don't know what a file system is. So yeah, so while everyone was at school in high school, because I started high school in New Zealand in 99? 99? No, 99 I was in, 99 I was in high school. 98 I was in intermediate school in New Zealand. 99 I was in high school, and then 2000 I was in high school as well. So while everyone was doing their, they were doing like assignments that on computers and that, I still had to write mine by hand. That shit sucked. 386DX. Nice. Oy. What's there? Nothing interesting. Delivery update. Yay. What's it got to say? What's the update? I bought a bunch of stuff from AliExpress because I'm going to make a video and shit. Let's see how crap this stuff actually is. Yep, okay. Alright, some changes to Amex. Ugh. Play Deathmatch Doom. I miss going to LAN parties. My mate, who used to host epic LAN parties, former friend I should say, used to host LAN parties every year for his birthday, and we'd go along and play and do all sorts of shit. And yeah, then my ex got involved and things happened and whatnot, and isolated me from all those people, and then he died last year. So that was fun. But yeah, LAN parties, always good fun. Ooh. Done. Okay, let's see if this mofo gonna work now. I swear if I've done all this work and it still doesn't do its thing like it's meant to, I'm gonna bust a puffer valve. There we go. Why are we starting to sound like grumpy old men? Because we are grumpy old men. Bloody kids these days don't know how good they got it and all that damn. Yeah, I got a younger brother who's 13 years my junior. Yeah, it's a very different world for him. So, wait, actually, here we go. Let's throw up a bit of a bit of a thing here. If I go into this, and I want to go to, there we go. Here we go. So, random conversations that popped up between Brett and I is like, we both like old school gaming and various things and whatnot. And was thinking about doing something like actually playing the games, but streaming it. Just chatting shit and doing whatever, playing games away from the workbench. So, if it sounds like the kind of thing you might be interested in, let us know. Do your thing, do that, because then I could probably convince him to like install some like slightly modern games, and we could play some things. We could do some old school Doom. I reckon we could do some new stuff too, like the new version of Doom. Introduce him to Half-Life. Play some CS:GO. See what happens if we make him play Among Us. Alright, that can move out of the way. Over to here for a sec. There we go. Unreal, man, seriously, the fact that Epic Games have done nothing with Unreal for the last like 15 plus years is like just fucking annoying. Seriously, bastards. Do something with it. Arma 3, old school. No, what happened to my chat? Why did my chat go? Ah, okay. Randomly just decided it was going to sign me out for some reason. As you do. That's not it. Ba, 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 ba. That one. That one. Sweet. Yes, yes, yes. Go on. Too far. There we go. That one there. That one there. Over to there. Paste. Go. What the hell? Okay. Chat just randomly like, what the, why is it? Okay, that's weird. Okay, I just lost chat. Docs, chat, yes. Load up. There we go, it decided now it wants to return. Huh, how annoying. There's those. Yeah, no, well, because the poll popped up and it was blocking all the things, so I just clicked yes just to get rid of it, and then it like logged me out, and then when I like signed back in on the window, it took me to the YouTube mobile page. So it's alright. I just closed the dock, re-engaged it, and then it came back fine. Okay, let's get this desky jobby. Hey. Oh man, there we go. Oh. The carcass. Big old carcass. There we go. Whoop. Wide angle. Let's pull that up a bit. Okay, so let's see what happens if we put this board in here. Boards in like that. There we go. All right. I'll do one screw for testing in case I need to pull it back out. Screw in connector. Yep, cops blasting past again. Someone did something bad. LCD controller. Where's the one? Come on here. There we go. That one there. Panel controls. For the fan. IDE, which goes there. Cool. Alright. DSP cards. Copper's gonna get me. Fuck yeah! It's alright, I see enough of that shit already. Okay, we all good there. Now, I'm pretty sure I replaced all of them and I didn't miss any. But let's find out. Bye. Oh, I have. Also actually plug in the power to the board. Like so. Yeah, there's certainly a thing there. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's put it into test mode. Dunk. System initialize in progress. Factory test mode. ID's fine. Yep, good. Oh. Good, good, good. Yeah, the way these things worked, I mean, you had to have been there for that whole early digital thing. They are so complex. There's so much shit. There we go, coppers again. Seriously, they built down here. It's crazy. Oh, I gotta change my transmitter. One sec. There we go. And gonna get a little bit more digital hash because I gotta plug this thing, the receiver back in. I need once the new setup, and that's actually gonna have the the wireless actually directly into the computer. Makes it easier. Everything tests okay. Good, 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 good. Yes, excellent. Sweet. Let's piss off. Let's turn it on. Now let us see if this is going to work now. Master 1, Master 2. There we go. Yeah. God, these things take forever to boot. My God. Yeah, you bastard. Waiting, waiting, waiting. There we go. Please, oh Lord of technology, allow this shit to work. Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, that's right. Ha ha! Okay, now that that board is working, I gotta let this heat sink and just sit for ages. Because last time what happened, I replaced the board, right? So this is the board here. This was the original one that was in it. I recapped this twice, right? Twice I recapped it. After recapping the first time, it stopped working. Recapped it the second time, still wasn't working. But then it did, and it started working. So it worked for a little while. I was like, okay, great. But then it would stop, it would freeze. Swapped the board out with the one that was in here that had no audio, and it would work. But then it also started, then it stopped. Pulled out the caddy with the disk drive and the optical drive in there, and just put in a caddy that had the just a straight pass-through for SCSI, and it worked. Put it on that one, the old board, and it would work, but then it would freeze again. The system would stop working. So there's something with that board as well that may have had an issue from the first board. So I don't know. It's bloody annoying. Sick. Yep. Cool. All faders are working, doing their thing. Good-o. I'm not going to torture too much with Mariah Carey. But it seems to be running. It's doing its thing now, which is stellar. Let's clear all muting. There we go. All mutes cleared. Let's go back to 0. Yeah. Alright, cool. Impressed? What by? I didn't do shit. I just did the basic knuckle dragging stuff. So, what I might do, probably against my better judgment, is I'm going to try this other caddy again. I'm going to see if it works. Because if it does, then that would probably mean that this is just a board that, even though I got it working for a period of time, there's something else going on there that's not worth it. I have 2 parts donors. That's why I was able to pull the other board out and do it that way. Itchy. Okay, so back plane there, in like so. Wait, get in there. Get in there, you bastard. But, come on. Wait. Good thing. There we go. Click. Yeah, these have a massive cult following. Right now I've got to shut this down. How do I shut this thing down again? Fuck, can't remember. Wait, throw my phone around. VS 2480. Shut down. Procedure. Dell? No, I want Dell, I want Roland. Blah, 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 yes, yes, yes. Okay, there's that there. What do I need to press? Shift, stop. Okay. Shift, stop. And then yes, and yes. Now it does its thing, and we wait. I keep waiting, and waiting. There we go. It's all shut down, ready to go. Alright, let's try secondary board and see what happens. Where'd those bloody cables go now? Cables. Need the longer of the two. Yeah, closed. Yes?
I just noticed you say you're closed, but I just want to pick up the keyboard.
Okay.
I was going to say it was ready for collection.
Alright, give me just one moment. Alright, where is it? That one goes there. Which one is this? Is that one? No, it's this one. Goes there. Okay, that goes there. Now let's see if that's going to work this time. Yep, sorry, just 1 second. I'm currently in the middle of things. That's why the shop's closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. Alright. So that is dead. Yep, so that board is gone. Yep. Yep. Cool. So yeah, so definitely confirmed that is a bad component. This board is gone. So, all right. All right. So that would be that would explain why the other board wouldn't boot up. Right. There we go. Stay. Okie dokie. Right. Sorry, shop's actually closed today.
Is it?
Yeah. Actually, there's that. I'll grab the power supply. Cool. Alrighty. That's power supply going with it. It's dry solder joint, apparently.
Solder joint. Oh.
Happens from time to time. Lead-free solder and all the rest of that makes it hard.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. I'll just. Any chance you can? My car is literally there.
Yeah. God damn it. Alright. Should be back online now. Seriously. Just people, man. People. Cool. Alright, so we're all good on that side. There we go. Alright, so CD drive is gone. That annoys me so much. Like, the door's closed. It says clearly, like, the shop is closed. But people just don't do it. Ugh. So what's that? That's a 330. I got plenty of 330s. God. You know what, just for shits and giggles, I'm going to recap that supply. all the caps tested fine. But, you know what? It's 10 minutes and it might solve the problem. If it does, then swings and roundabouts. What have I got here? I've got 220, so what, 330. So that's 330, and what's this one? Can't even see. 330 at 16. Okay. So 330 at 16. Yes, that's fine. I got those. 330, 100. 47? 47, I don't think I have any SMD ones. I'm just going to have to use a non-SMD one. Or just bump it up to 100. Fuck it. You know what's really annoying? Like, one of the, like, seriously annoying parts? Right? My shop. It's quite clear that I'm open. I have an open sign on the door. The door is open. It has my trading hours on there. People will stand at the door and just stare through. Are they open? I don't know. Are they open? Dude, the door is open. Open it. Come inside. And then people, like, they stick their head against the glass. And then I gotta clean this sweaty, greasy, bloody stuff off of it. I'm annoyed. That's all. Just annoyed. Okay, where was I? Let's tear these bastards off. Oh, shut up. You complain about the most mundane things all the bloody time. Like you can bloody talk. Enough of that toxic bloody, you know, stuff. Let people have a whinge. Oh my god, I am sweating. I am sweating like you would not fucking believe. Alright. Get off. Ugh. I am like literally sticky. It is so damn hot. Okay, come on. Bastard. Go on, you fucker. Ah! What? Caps are okay, meaning the unit is okay, and it's just a certain roller decision at the time. But what? I don't get it. I don't get what you're saying, my man. I tested these caps, and they measured okay. There was no shorts or anything, but since this is a digital bus, it could just be more sensitive to ripple locally, and it could just be ESR. It's causing a headache. That might be it. Maybe. Let's find out. Let's find out. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Okay, 100s, these ones. There we go, yeah. It'd be weird to be causing the whole system to crash, but I've come across stranger things over the years. And not just that mediocre Netflix show that everyone's obsessed with. Oh, God, this is awful. I need to, like, buy a fan. Yeah. But it's not like it's critical. Like it just stops it from booting entirely. That's what's odd. So it's not on the hard drive. It's on the disk drive specifically, and it's only on that one IDE line, SCSI line. SCSI or IDE, one of them. Can't connect the board. Board is a let's see, it is a slimline one. Actually has an adapter interface board on there. So I can remove this because it runs on, might actually be SATA. All the way around, get the cap facing the right direction. There are times where I doubt my skills and my abilities and all the rest of that because, you know, I'm a highly neurotic, atypical type person and all that kind of jazz. But then I remember there are people out there who think that this kind of work and fixing SMD stuff is like hard and they don't do it. So that's like a bit of an ego boost. So staying. Next 100 caps there. Have you read the service manual for this one, Brad? I've gone through it and I've gone over it and that. I just haven't actually like dived into it massively. It was mainly about getting the details for the caps and how it all interfaced and that. Because it worked. Because the thing is it worked fine before I changed those caps. This is the thing that had me chasing my tail. It's one of those annoying repairs where it's like maybe something coincidentally happened. Oh, right. Junking it. Just absolutely junking it, jorking it. I mean, your eyesight doesn't even have to be okay. Like, hopefully when things pick up business-wise now, I'm going to grab some, get some cash together and get myself a Tagano or something. Actually get a half-decent, like, stereo microscope. Because why not? They're cool. They're good for this kind of job. What? I know this is a stupid question. Have tested the Roland IEC connectors as Roland were using cheap manufacturers at the time. Eh? IEC's fine. Nothing wrong with it. IEC connectors either work or they don't. They're easy to replace because they are a dime a dozen. Almost literally. Buy them in quantities like what Roland does and they probably are literally a dime a dozen. Grab the cheapest ones from the Shenzhen markets, and away you go. Okay. Why is that all the way over there? Come over here. Hey! Mirror. So that's 330 at 6.3 and the other one's 330 at 16. Oh, you bastard. Sweet. $3.30. It's better to regret something you've done. Yeah. Back it. Give it a go. Give it a crack. Where'd those parts go? Just had them. Oh, right in front of me. Because of course they are. I got nothing. All the other old classic. I've wasted my life. Certainly feel like I wasted my bloody life so far. My God. Ugh. Big cat pissy. No, what was it? 3:30. Yeah, 3:30 at 16. Cool. Yeah, I'm one of those people where it's like, you know what? I got to try everything. I got to exhaust every option I can. Whatever. Try this. Do this. The only regrets I have in my life are not doing things I should have done, including leaving my psychotic ex. However, you know, all paths lead to where we are today, and I've got my current missus, and, you know, we've been together now for, God, 12 years in, like, 8 weeks. Bloody wild to think. Who'd have thunk someone would put up with my shit for that long? My God. I already take out another 3:30. Where'd I put it then? Ah, there it is. Derp. No, I actually met her way before that. She was one of my sister's friends. They've known each other since like high school and that. So I originally met her and was involved with her when she was 18 and I was 21. That kind of ballpark, 22. Yeah, so there's about four and a bit years between us. Yeah, so we met, hooked up for a bit and all the rest of that. Didn't quite work out. I was in different places and various things and whatnot, and I was a bit of an ass, and she was a bit, you know, a bit on the young and naive side. Went our separate ways. and I, met my psychotic ex and all the rest of that. Started dating her. We went separate ways, and eventually when we broke up, and that I just kind of reached out to her because I just wanted to apologize for how I treated her, and the rest, as they say, is history. So yeah, I've known her for the better part of, 16 years now. Who'd have thought having younger sisters would have perks, huh? Yeah, they're actually still good friends now, and they still talk and all the rest of that. That's why I was grateful that my mother and her got along so well. So that was nice. At least she knew that I had her. So now, do I have any 47s? 3, 100, 16, 22. 3, 3, 3, 3. 5, 5, 3, 2s. Not what I want. Diodes. Okay, I might have to go through. Just have to do this. Overkill, but hey, whatever. If it works, it works. Okay. Alrighty, that one there, that one there. Come on, heat up, you bastard. I know it's a ground plane, but this thing has plenty of power. It's only 30 years old. Where's my phone going off? Oh my god, there's a breeze. Oh, that's glorious. I can feel it on the back of my neck. Oh, yes. Thank you, baby Jesus. I should probably just get away with that. Alrighty. Let's test this. Will do. Alrighty then. Oh, headache. Hello, headache. Oh, man. That's... Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Spread them on out. Negative, so you do that way. Cool. All right. Now, if that doesn't solve the issue, then that board is not worth messing around with, because there's that massive QFN package and whatnot. And it would be cheaper and easier to just find another. Nah, don't really have to restock that much. You see that? Those are parts. That's a lot of parts. Yet I still have to order them all the time. I don't actually have enough. I need to properly actually organize that too. Alright. There we go. In we go. Come on. Hello. Hello. What the hell? Oh, let's do it. Right. Goes there. And we push until we make contact. Good. Good, good, good. Yes. Strike me down. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ding. Yeah. Mrs. is going to be donating blood on Monday, apparently. Cool. She gets time off from work, paid to do so. Some of the perks of working at Apple, man. Wish I worked at Apple. Except not really. Okay. Once more feeling. Let's see how this thing goes. Dunk. Stay. Cable. Cable. Ah, bastard. So one goes there and how to go. Alright, I just went like that way. Did it? Yeah, that did. Yeah, that goes up there and then up to there. Yep, cool. Alright. Come on, you bastard. Work for me. No sound. What do you mean no sound? Still seems to be working. I've got plenty of charge. Why does it keep connecting to the second one though? That's a bit weird. Let's unplug that quickly. Alright, am I still coming through alright? Coming through okay now. Let me know. Yes, no, what? Alright. Come on, let's do this. Dunk. Denied. Nah, that board is shot. Unplug the board. Turn it back on. Boots. So, recapping this has not solved the issue. There's something else going on in there. Don't know what. Don't care. As long as it's working now, it's working. Cool. Good-o. I'm going to do a cardinal sin and move a hard drive to a different axis whilst it's spinning. There we go. Okay. Now, that can boot up. I think it's about time for this to just sort of sit here and do its burn-in procedure, so... Who the hell are you and why are you following me? No idea who you are, go away. Oof. No, because the Power Molex is only for feeding the hard drive when it's attached to it. So this board was basically for... I just had to do it. Where did I put the damn thing? Oh, it's behind me. There we go. Because all this board does is this is the add-on for the 2480 CD. This takes two inputs, so that there is for the hard drive, and then this one is for the disk drive, the CD drive. So all the control stuff for the CD is on here, whereas all this header does and all this power does is it just goes straight into this, which goes into the disk drive there. That's all it does. So it's not really doing much. This is just like a dumb connector. It's basically a 50 pin Molex to 30 something. I can't remember. Counting, not great. 40? 40. Yeah, 40 pin. So yeah, so when this is plugged in, this cable here provides all the power to this drive, and this is just coming off of that IDE, off of that ribbon connector to give power to the hard drive. And it's not good. It's not good, my man. The thing, she's a dead. Not like a father, she's a dead. There we go. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to let that soak in. And I think I'm going to go grab some lunch. Because I've been going at this since 8 AM and it is now 1 PM. So that's what? 5 hours. That's not bad. This is not bad at all. Yeah. I'm probably going to start doing this on Mondays non-stop. I know I said a lot of things previously and yada yada yada. But I may as well, you know, Mondays when I do my fixins and all my stuff like that. So I start doing it on the Mondays. Yeah. Do my things on the Mondays and then, I don't know, get some more videos out there. I got some stuff shot. I've just got to finish editing it and getting it out there. I'm going to do my ranting off-the-cuff type ones, yelling at people online for their beliefs and positions and all that. So, but yeah, if you haven't liked it already, hit the like button, do all the rest of that. There'll be some exclusive stuff going out to members in about 2 to 3 days, and therell be some preview videos coming up too. Yeah, all that kind of jazz. Have fun. Thanks for joining me. All that kind of jazz. I don't know what else to say, so I was going to say see ya.